is to open this exploratory workshop, which is in the guise of a conference, which has a very unusual name, and that we are here to discuss unusual ideas, which is the Emporion Road from the west to the east, tracing cultural interaction, knowledge transfer, and connectivity from prehistory to late antiquity. We are starting, so we are not going to exhaust all the depths and complications of the topic. So you can already relax. I would like to greet the president of the Romanian Academy, who is here with us, Marius Andruc, a member of the Academy. I would like to welcome Professor Zamfir, who is, in fact, in many ways a colleague with the chair of this conference, Ioannis Liritzis, because he is a physicist, as in nuclear physics. He started out in physics. And then, of course, the academic director of our hub, member of the Academy, here present, Mircea Rulitu. And we have other members of the Romanian Academy who are also members of the Europaea, such as Professor Maria Dorobațu here present. So the whole idea was this. Professor Liritzis had the initiative and the concept for the conference. He tried it out. He wanted to market it in the ranks of the higher authorities of the Academia Europaea with mixed results. He received Platonic, if I can put it this way, or if you want to be more mystical, Neo-Platonic support from the section of history, religious studies of our Academy, Academia Europaea. He also was encouraged by the head of the class of Humanities and Social Sciences, Professor Genoveva Marti from Barcelona. But the project was stuck before starting. And so this is where I stepped in and I said, we'll do it. We'll do it in the form of an exploratory workshop, actually, because we thought that we could bring a core of scholars who could be physically present or present online, such as our colleagues all the way from China to Great Britain and counting. And I salute them.
Hello to everyone.
Hello.
Hello.
To initiate a discussion that we hope will last and will give results. Now, my opening remarks and the substance of the opening remarks, I just want to make a few points, very brief. I think we have seen in the cultural studies, in the humanities, in the social sciences, a kind of transition throughout the 19th and 20th century. We are already in the 21st, we know that. And as most fields in the emerging and maturing humanities and social sciences, 19th and 20th century, were undergoing a period of intensive creation of discipline-specific identity-making concepts, paradigms, and theories. In the beginning, they were privileging one way and asymmetrical diffusionism, from imperial colonial imposition to imitation to what René Girard called mimetic competition to what we call today dialogue. And transfer with many meanings. The concept of transfer became a kind of fetish in historical studies when I come from in the 1980s and 90s, especially in the dialogue between the French and the Germans. And just as the word entanglement, which existed, of course, in English before, was picked up by the Germans for all the reasons we would have to explore and turn into yet another fetish. Entanglement is one form of cultural exchange in which the idea is that everybody is bringing something to the table, and there is no asymmetric exchange and all that. Now, I have to say that in order to account for all these similarities between objects, including or starting with mental objects, worldviews, practices, and processes in distant places. But the paradigm of exchange of two or multiple way diffusion was never too far. Whenever transmission was difficult, if not impossible to document, from point A to point Z, imagination intervened, conjectures, and connections are first construed and later, in many cases, but not in all, attested. With the birth of structuralism in the early 20th century, the paradigm of multiple origins, fully or partially independent, started to gain ground. And my brief remarks would like to insist on these epistemological transitions, all the way from, let's say, what we can call morphodynamics, in the footsteps of Eliade and another Romanian, Ioan Petroculianu, all the way to cognitive sciences. Now, the thing is, what is from the beginning quite, how shall I say, hard to swallow for most people all the way from east to west, is the idea that something occurred also from the west to the east. Now, in Europe, we are very happy with all this. We are obsessed with the idea that everything comes from the west, for the better. But I detect in this project this idea of challenging this unidirectional transmission and document this archaeologically, theologically, historically, religiously, and in all philosophically in all other forms. Yes, it may not be such an accident that I also detect in this fascination with the Greeks from whatever was lying ancient Greece, all the way to the east. When I look into it as a kind of return to the origins, to the Indo-European or Proto-Indo, whatever, Iranian, whatever origins. So I detect there in the tradition of, if you want, of Eliade, a kind of eternal motu, in which various cultures are trying to identify their roots somewhere else. Spiritual and also. Now, ironically, of course, the idea was that the empires and civilizations go from east to west. And this was actually the received knowledge about all this, as do you. And I just want to pick up a beautiful formula that George Berkeley formulated in 1726, which was, westward the course of empire takes its way. Only, of course, Berkeley was not meaning what we are interested in. He was talking about the transfer from Great Britain to the United States, which was not yet ready to receive, but was seen by Berkeley as the next target in the development from west to the northwest, which was emerging at this time. And it was said, the formula by Berkeley, America, the noblest offspring. Well, things are, no, I just close with one patriotic remark, which is patriotic also for the Greeks and for the Romanians and for all those in between, like myself, which is that the first traveler on land from Europe to China was a Greek born in Romania, Nicolae Eminescu Spadaru, who went all the way crossing Siberia, among others, and sometimes navigating the rivers encountered on the way, sometimes just going astray without reliable maps, without reliable knowledge of anything, but just he kept going to go to the court of the Emperor of China. And this took him a long while. The two-way trip was from the 3rd of March, 1675 to 1678. And he wrote a fantastic book on that, which exists now in English translation. Now, the whole thing, when he got there were two reactions. The Emperor of China, who was a teenager, thanked very warmly for the greetings from the Russian Tsar. He was totally unimpressed by the offer of collaboration, communication. He said, but we have everything. We don't need anything. So thank you. It was very nice of you. The only people who were actually quite interested in this, were the Jesuits at the court of the Chinese emperor, who were desperate to find out how, in God's name, or how the hell to explain it differently, was it possible to get all land from Europe to China? But they didn't know that the Greeks were there before on sea and land. And this is our business here. My remark is also, I guess, of some general interest, comparative interest for us, which is as follows. There is an obsession in many cultures, not only outside the Western metropolis, it exists in Western Europe, of something that in Romanian cultural studies is called protochronism. The idea that we were there first. We invented the wheel, just to give an example, or God, or whatever. We were there first. But this is, in fact, an intrinsic fixation that many cultures that are beginning to develop a feeling of autonomy, even autarky, of excellence, of exceptionality. All of these cultures develop such things that one way or the other. So I guess there is this interesting dialogue between various forms of protochronisms that can involve an early transmission from west to east. This was also a form of that, very elaborate and sophisticated, and not far from the core, which means that there is a kind of element of intrinsic superiority that happens earlier here than there. Hence, the need, the duty to transfer, to go from here to there, and enlighten, if you pardon me the word, because it stands not in the sense of the Aufklärung, but Illuminati, but in the sense of just spreading the word. So that's it. Now I turn to Ioannis Liritzis, who actually started the talk, and I ask him to tell us why we are here.
Can I have the first slide, please? Dear colleagues, dear guests, all of us are familiar with the Silk Road, a magnificent narrative, but also a late one and another one. It emphasizes luxury goods, overland caravans, and a largely east to west flow of silk. But what about the millennia before silk became the standard? What about the maritime routes that carried not only tin and timber, but also astronomical knowledge, medical recipes, legal concepts, and religious metaphors? What about the hybrid cultures that emerged not at the endpoints of Eurasia, but in its middle grounds, Tolia, Black Sea, Bactria, Georgia? This is why I proposed, and the Academia Europaea approved, a new conceptual framework, the Emporion role. Emporion, the ancient Greek word for a trading post, a port of exchange, a place where strangers met, goods changed hands, and crucially, ideas were translated. The Emporion road is not a single route. It's a network of networks. From prehistory to late antiquity, across land and sea, linking the Aegean, the Near East, the steppe, Central Asia, and beyond. It prioritizes reciprocal exchange over one-way diffusion and knowledge transfer over mere trade. Let me state three principles that define the Emporion road. First, temporal depth. We go back to the Bronze Age, even the Neolithic. The Silk Road is classical antiquity and later. The Emporion road covers Mycenaean contact with Anatolia, Phoenician networks, Achaemenid infrastructures, Hellenistic entanglement, and Roman Sasanian continuities. The second, special brief. We conclude the Black Sea, the Caspian corridors, the Persian Gulf, the Red Sea, and the maritime routes to India and China. Overland caravans are only half the story. Third, conceptual shift. The Emporion road is not about influence or diffusion. It's about translation, hybridity, and co-production. When a Sogdian merchant adopts a Greek motif on a silver bowl, for example, he's not imitating, he's creating something new for his own audience. The program you have reflects this. Look at the titles: Greco-Iranian entanglements, the Emporion system as a structure of exchange, Dragon Handle US as cultural translation. These are not diffusionist papers. They are interactionist papers. Some examples from the program, moving beyond diffusionism, is the Greco-Iranian entanglement by Al-Qadan, the Emporion system, as I said, by Alexander Vestra, and Dragon Handle by Brewer and Young. So let me present you the 9 thematic axes with a quick overview. To operationalize the concept, I have developed 9 thematic axes: Emporia and connectivity, scientific and technical knowledge, arts, symbols, aesthetics, religion, rituals, trade, economy, language, communication, etc., up to methodological frontiers. The 3 highlighted axes neglected, but let me highlight those who often are neglected. For example, the axis 2, which is the scientific and technical knowledge transfer, not just objects, but methods. How did Mesopotamian astronomy reach the Aegean? How did Hellenistic gear technology from Antikythera relate to Chinese water clocks? How did medical recipes travel? We need provenance studies, not just art history. The axis E6 is language, communication, and education. Sogdian as lingua franca. Multilingual scribal schools in Uruk or Alexandria. The role of the translation from Aramaic to Greek to Bactrian to Chinese. Without translators, the Emporion road is silent. And the 6-9 methodological frontiers. This is where we innovate. AI-assisted synthesis of archaeological data, network analysis of Emporia, digital modeling of seasonal weed patterns for maritime routes, and large-scale isotopic database for tracking raw materials. The remaining axes cover arts, religion, economy, philosophy, and archaeological witness, all, of course, essential. Now, let me add 3 new insights that are not in the printed program, insights I want to place on the table for our future research agenda. Insight one, the Emporion road as a failure-tolerant system. Most narratives of ancient connectivity celebrate success, the ship that arrived, the caravan that crossed the desert. But the Emporion road worked precisely because it tolerated failure. A merchant who lost his cargo did not vanish. He had credit, kinship networks, and institutional support. Progeny, Assyria, terms as banks. This risk-sharing infrastructure, contracts, arbitration, host-guest relation is an underexplored factor in knowledge. In knowledge transfer, of course. So we should study the legal and social technologies that made long-distance exchange repeatable, not just the spectacular successes. The insight number two, the role of empty emporia. Some emporia were not continuously occupied. They were seasonal or periodic. A bay used only during monsoon breeze. A mountain pass open 3 months a year. Yet these empty places were still nodes in the network because knowledge of their timing and location was the real asset. This is a challenge for archaeology. How do we detect a site that was used for 2 weeks every 2 years? We need microstratigraphy, residue analysis of temporary health, and oral tradition embedded in later texts. Let's go to the third insight. The conference call mentions peace building in one line. I want to elevate it. Sustained intercultural contact did not only produce goods and ideas, it produced mechanisms for coexistence. Treaties, marriage alliance, shared sanctuaries, and diplomatic protocols. The Emporion road was not a highway of perpetual peace, but it created a repertoire of conflict resolution that communities could draw upon. This is a lesson for today. Connectivity does not guarantee harmony, but it builds the grammar of negotiation. This conference marks the first anniversary of the Academic Europaea Bucharest hub. And I'm proud that the hub has endorsed this project. Our partnership with the Romanian Academy and the presence of colleagues from China, France, Austria, Germany, Greece, and the United States shows that the Emporion road is already a collaborative endeavor. What comes next? Okay, a pre-edited volume, just a moment because probably I have. Okay, I'm sorry. So what comes next from this initiative? A peer-edited volume, we shall discuss that further with publishers, of course, and a digital atlas of Emporia, georeference, time-enabled with legacy of each period, and a grant proposal for the European Research Council of Horizon Europe for a 5-year project on knowledge transfer through Emporia. This is the Emporion road in one moment. The Emporion road is the son of many of such moments you see here. For example, a Phoenician or a Greek, ship that has a purpose, name for trading some artifacts and go and meets, natives in another land and how they communicate between themselves. So I would like now to add a final image. Let me end with the following comment. Actually, I was thinking how to make it more accurate and more, deeply insightful what we're thinking, and that's why I put almost the final slide. One slide of this type, and when a ship, reaches a beach, somewhere, Spain, for example, or in Arabia. Imagine this Phoenician ship that is around 800 BC, okay, which carries cargo of silver balls, and the passenger, a scribe who knows from Ugarity to Greek. The ship docks at a small bay on the coast of Cyprus, for example. That bay is an Emporion. The scribe meets a local potter, and they talk. The potter learns a new way to fire clay. The scribe learns a local myth. Neither of them think in terms of East or West. They are simply two human beings exchanging what they know. So the Emporion road, indeed, it is a sum of millions of such moments, and our task here is to recover them not as a single story, but as a polyphonic history of human curiosity and resilience. So thank you, and really I look forward to our discussion. Thank you.
And thank you very much, Ioannis. The discussion will be to the end when we can discuss it more. Now, Elias Petropoulos is on his way. He had a car crash yesterday and he couldn't make it to the airport. I hope he is at Ottopen Airport by now and he will be here in no time. Greece is also hazardous just as Romania, I guess, in terms of traffic. So with this, we go to Lucas Nicol, who is going to talk to us about technology transfer to and from China in the 3rd century BC.
Is it the example festival?
Oh, I'm sorry. I just went too closely because your starting was on the 2nd. Sorry. Yeah. Now this is the time for Alexander Vestra, who's over there waiting for him to. Okay. He is going to talk to us on Zoom on the Emporion system, a structure of Eurasian exchange. Sorry.
Before we start, I would like to add that Alexander Vestra is from Greece and Holland and Netherlands, and he is one of my ex-PhD students at Penang University who did his PhD. I was one of the supervisors. The PhD was a comparison between the Shang dynasty, 1600 to 1100 BC, and Mycenaean culture in Greece. Two parallel cultures, but the comparison was quite interesting. And now he is a postdoc in the University of Penang. Alex, the podium is yours.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me well enough. If not, please wave around. So firstly, thank you for the organizers, Professor Liritzis, Professor Antohi, for hosting and organizing this event. And it's a great privilege for me to speak to you today. And as Professor Liritzis said, I was his PhD student, and I think from my talk you will see how a student is known by his teacher, because our ideas sort of seem to have been quite closely aligned. So let me share find this. Okay. All right. And okay. So the imperial system, a structure of Eurasian exchange. Now, as Professor Liritzis mentioned, my background was in the Bronze Age and prehistory, and in the comparison. And but what this helped is to be able to notice contrasts between systems of civilization and culture. Let me put the time. And one of the questions I asked myself for this conference is, typically when we talk about trade in archaeology, trade is a sort of abstract concept, and we don't necessarily embed it in the culture. And it's, to be very simple, it's usually lines and commodities, which is a very important thing. But I was trying to see, well, is there a system in place, or multiple systems, in fact? So I want to examine one mechanism within the Emporion road framework and ask how these exchanges across distances became workable and repeatable across a politically fragmented world with different political and religious and cultural systems, legal systems, and so on, and a lot of risk. So as the conference asked us to move beyond the Silk Road and to a west-east direction, I also follow that direction by looking at earlier movements as well. So from Emporion Road to Imperial System, a broad framework of connectivity, I try to formalize this into a system that could be applied or tested with the right evidence. And essentially the questions I narrowed down to is points of access, mediation, protection, and return, to move from just movement to mechanisms. So the routes show directions and connection and distance. The routes, however, do not explain the cultural conditions that make repeated interaction possible. They don't necessarily tell us where they tell us where they land, but they don't tell us who protected them, who mediated the contact, how trust was built over generations sometimes, and why people came back. So the question I want to arouse, so the Silk Road problem was already mentioned before, with the sort of iconic caravans and Buddhist art, and most of its iconography is from the Tang dynasty and later. So it also kind of goes beyond antiquity. So the term is very useful, but as we all know, it was neither about silk necessarily or one road. It's a multiplicity of routes and so on and so forth. But before this Silk Road, sort of later historical phenomenon is kind of considered a historical framework, the ancient world was already contained a multiplicity of circuits that were growing here and there depending on the era we're talking. So in these older circuits, many materials circulated. For example, from the Neolithic, we see movements of obsidian kind of emerging and being sort of early forms of exchange and trade networks that embedded in sort of a Neolithic culture. We have the jade sort of being moved around. That's more of a Asian interest. We have amber coming from the Baltic south into the Mediterranean, all the way to Egypt. So those are kind of flattened chronologically right now, but it's just to show that until this is the prehistory still. This is the lapis lazuli trade that starts in the Bronze Age with one source in Afghanistan, which mostly goes west, and sort of East Asia is not very interested in lapis lazuli until later. And why that is the case is an interesting historical question, but also it points that not every culture was interested in the same things. And so that affected the connectivity, what moved and why. And these are sort of well accepted sources of tin in the Bronze Age. There are probably a lot more that are kind of discussed in other parts of the world. These are the more confident ones. And this is the ivory trade from elephants, also so Bronze Age to Antiquity, of which so the Shang dynasty has a ivory trade with the south, and the Greeks, the Minoans, are trading, are suppliers to the pharaoh, even though they've probably never seen an elephant. They're not necessarily sure what it looks like, but they are trading it from one part of Africa to another part of Africa. And this is the sort of well-known frankincense and spice routes that form the basis of the maritime connectivity that goes mostly from India, a bit Southeast Asia, into the Mediterranean. So there's a lot of materials. This is not all the materials we can think of, but it's a good enough selection to show that we have movement of goods from different points on the map that end up in different locations. As well, the transfer of likely intangible styles, prestige goods, sometimes political or religious ideas, technical practices, which other speakers are going to talk about, and religious objects as well. So, of course, the connectivity has deep roots before the Silk Road. Yes? Okay. So these roots, they show movement, and they show that the language of roots, the language of exchange.
Da? Ce părere ai despre hantavirus?
Am văzut ce să faci.
Okay.
În comunitățile astea
Might want to mute. I'll continue. So the point is that none of these themselves explain the mechanism of exchange. Who made contact intelligible? How risk was reduced? How strangers became acceptable trading partners in different languages, culture, norms, beliefs, ethical systems. And they don't explain why certain places this happens much more frequently than in other places. In a simple way, trade is culturally formed or culturally informed. It relies on, at least in the Greek sort of model, the Emporial system, although we could sort of say the Phoenicians followed a similar model. It relies on trust, risk, status, hospitality, law, reputation, and returning. So to put it a little bit more simply, if you raid someone, they don't necessarily want to trade with you in the future. If you go aggressively, if you conquer them, if you take the land, if you take the resources, that's an exploitative, extractive system. If you trade in this way, then it's more likely that you can do it several times and you build a good reputation that, these people you can trust. Of course, no one's perfect. So this is where I want to shift a little bit the attention to regimes. Exchange regime is historically specific system through which goods, people, techniques, and ideas move across social and political and religious boundaries. Now, in a longue durée, long-term vision of this, there was a deep history of prehistoric mobility, as we saw from the Neolithic and Bronze Age cultures of the Mediterranean, mostly not only, but like here we're sort of focusing on the Aegean. And there might be my claim is that these might be sort of incipient forms of the emporia later on, where we have early mobility, exchange, and mediated contacts in different ways to an archaic version known as the colonies, the establishment of the first emporia and sanctuaries, and the latter classical age where it seems to be more formalized and institutionalized. Now, defining an emporial system is a preliminary definition, but it really means the recurring combination of places, people, protections, and customs, as well as reputation, that makes this exchange repeatable with outsiders. It, of course, includes physical spaces, ports and harbors, and caravanserai, and so on and so forth. Mixed settlements, contact zones. It includes merchants, ship owners, brokers, bankers, interpreters, elites, officials, hosts, and so on. Practices that involve hosting and mediation and reputation, sometimes through ritual, sometimes through visibility. And all that to encourage the idea of return to your own country, but also return to these people that you've been trading. That, if it happened well the first time, there's no reason you can't come back a few years later. And the time thing is important because it's not like today where you can make the same deal within a few weeks, but you might not be the one returning, but your children might be the ones returning. And these are sort of long-term relations. So I today look a little bit at sort of modeling the system by focusing on some of the most famous sites of the classical age, because they give us a sort of a good baseline. It's not a territorial empire. It's not conquering necessarily. It might be pushing some people away in some cases, but it's usually like various polis, cities, colonies, harbors, inlands, mixed settlements that sort of spread across the Mediterranean and the Black Sea. So this is the mechanism. It's a sort of distributed mechanism of access that encompasses all these elements that we've mentioned. And it is essentially the emporial system is a non-imperial way of doing this. So Naucratis is the very famous example in Egypt, where you have Greek traders by the Egyptian authority, so establishing sanctuaries, dedications, access, and a sort of regular exchange system with the Egyptian authorities. Why? Because Egypt is sort of a superpower at the time, very wealthy. So the Greeks managed to get the Egyptians to agree to their presence there on a fairly consistent basis. So you have several Greek groups that managed to establish themselves there. So this is, let's say, foreign exchange is embedding itself in another culture, in another city. You could have, so other variations, for example, is Pithecusae in Italy, where you have a bit more of a mixed settlement relationship. Massalia, Marseille in France, which is they establish a settlement there, which is at the gateway of the Rhone corridor and has a connection with the Gauls and the Celts further north, and they create this sort of interface zone. You also have the case of Delos, which really thrives during the Roman, Hellenistic to Roman age as a free port with its own sort of associations and network of exchange. So we have different forms of what is essentially the same problem or the same mechanism, which is repeatable foreign contact one way or another. So you don't have to go and kill everybody to take the resources. You can just, set up shop there. Just to put a bit of an aside, so we're going west, of course, with Alexander the Great, there's a big sort of expansion west where you do see a blend with imperial systems. And what would be an interesting study afterwards is to look at cities on Central Asia, like Bactria, Icannum, and the Greco-Buddhist art in Gandhara, and how that fits into this model of exchange and trade. Just a couple more slides. I sort of established 4 dimensions: the spatial, the social, the institutional, and the cultural, to to define the system a bit more clearly, and to be able to read what is going on in all these Greek communities that are scattered across coastlines in the Mediterranean, in the Black Sea, down the Red Sea sometimes, and even in West Asia. So it doesn't happen, it's not the one system that is applied. It is a system that is very malleable and that essentially works on the basis that we need to find like Professor Liritzis says, two people finding a common ground to sort of find a human way of dealing with each other. And if we sort of then go to comparison, which is sort of my bread and butter, we could then take the Emporial system as a broad system and then look at it, how it compares to Imperial, steppe, like the Central Asian nomadic cultures, maybe the Han Dynasty, which is a bit more court and tribute system, and as well as the cases of religious transmissions, in this case, mostly Buddhism. So in conclusion, the roots show movement, yes, and commodities traveling across very long distances. But the exchange regimes are the ones that explain the repeatability or not the repeatability of this exchange system. So the Greek system is not the only one in the world at the time, but it seems to be one of the few ones that doesn't necessarily rely on violence so much, or on incorporation into your political territory. It is distributed, it is scattered across wherever it's needed and profitable for them to be. It is mostly maritime, with the Hellenistic era adding a very strong overland dimension. It is not imperial, which relies on more courts and tributary systems. Mechanisms are mediation, protection, and return. Okay, so thank you.
Thank you very much. For this exceptionally structured presentation, and I can already start seeing the collective volume emerging, and I just offer this for your consideration. Maybe the series I co-edit with colleagues Ioannis from Germany and a colleague from Taipei, which is hosted by the Van der Hoek und Ruprecht, part of the Brill system, and now is published under the auspices of our hub, will become, the name of the collection is Reflections on in parentheses, Humanity. So it, I guess, would fit the perspective of it. So thank you very much. Now, we stay in China, and this time we go to the natives of China, to colleagues Lu Shaguo from Henan University, and a former student of Lu Shaguo, Wang Yang. They are participating with this presentation beyond the handle, cultural flows, and the transformation of ceramic single dragon handle ewers in medieval China. So please, dear colleague, go ahead.
Muted. Unmute, please.
No.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. It's my big honor to have a talk here. And my name is Lu Shaguo. I'm from Henan University. And this paper is co-authored by me and Yang Guang. So today I will present on behalf. So the topic is Beyond the Handle, cultural flows and the transformation of ceramic single dragon handle ewers in medieval China. If you are not very familiar with this type of vessel, please take a look at this image to get a general impression. This object is a typical single dragon handle were produced in the north part of China around the 6th century CE. Today I will discuss how this vessel type changed from the Southern dynasties to the early Tang period, from the 5th century CE to 9th century CE, and what these changes tell us about mobility, technology, and cross-cultural interaction. So our research is kind of a case study. This study asks a simple but important question. That is, how and why did this kind of vessel transform across the 5th to 9th century CE? Our central argument is that their evolution was not a linear imitation. Instead, it resulted from three interacting forces. The first is that the local ceramic traditions, and the second is the interregional North and South exchange, and the selective appropriation of exotic visual elements. Our dataset includes 42 excavated specimens from 38 China archaeological contexts. Most come from tombs. So 35 pieces from 31 tombs, plus 7 from other sites. Methodologically, we combine the typological analysis and the contextual comparative analysis together. So the typological analysis is quite a traditional archaeological method. So firstly, we will use the dated burials to build a chronological series. Then use the historical record and the archaeological research finds to conduct this contextual and comparative analysis. Try to answer the questions we asked before. So here is the typological framework. We classify them into two major types and the 6 subtypes. Type A has a slender neck with 4 subtypes. Type B has a thick neck with 2 subtypes. The key diagnostic features are neck profile, belly shape, handle modeling, log forms, and decorative programs. The figure on the right show the typical vessel for each type. Fortunately, most of them come from dated tombs, which greatly help us establish a chronological framework. Based on the finds from dated tombs and their morphological features, we have divided them into 3 phases, as shown on this slide. Now, let's examine the vessel glazes by period. In phase 1, we have only 5 specimens, almost all Celadon. Phase 2 yields 23 specimens, the highest count of the 3 phases, with lead glazed wares accounting for 12. In phase 3, we have 14 specimens, and notably, white glazed pieces start to emerge. Now, let's look at the distribution map here. The spatial change over time is very clear. So in phase 1, this blue dot shows the finds cluster around the Nanjing area with only 1 piece from Jinan, Shandong. And phase 2, the center shifts to the middle and lower Yellow River. The Taiyuan in Shanxi province, and the Luoyang, Yanshi in Henan province, and in Hebei provinces. So rare in the south. And in phase 3, they spirated across both north and south, but the core remains the Guanzhong area centering on Chang'an. Here, the ancient name of Xi'an. Now let's examine in detail the characteristics of the vessels in each phase and the reasons for their changes. So the phase 1, from Liu Song period of Southern dynasties to the late Northern Wei, is around the 5th century CE. It's the immersion stage. The sample is small, vessels are compact with early dragon head articulation on the handle, shown like this. Most are Celadon. Spatially, finds cluster around Nanjing, with only 1 in the north. As we see here, only this one in the Shandong province, and the excavators of this side, they believe that this one is also coming from the south part of China. So this phrase is strongly Sorin-centered. On the left is a chicken-headed ewer from the Eastern Jin period, and on the right is an early example of the dragon-handled ewer. You can see they are very similar. So I'm curious, why did the potters in the south think of replacing the handle of the chicken-headed ewer with the dragon-shaped handle? Sorry. Perhaps we can trace the origin of this form back to the decorative traditions of objects from the Western world as early as ancient Greece. Animal-headed handles appeared, such as lion heads. A 6th century BC silver jug in the museum shows a high arching handle topped with a standing open-mouthed lion. The Romans inherited and developed this tradition, especially in glassware, but the animal head gradually became snake on some Roman pottery and glass. The handle ends in a snake's head biting the ring. Sometimes a Medusa head here, like this one. They are applied on the body opposite the handle. Or snake motifs decorated on the body of this glassware. Given the active trade of the 6th dynasty period and the evidence that Roman glass and metal vessels reached China, here I have listed 2 examples. Researchers believe that this glass artifact came via maritime trade from the south, while this metal artifact came via the Silk Road from the north. And we infer that it is very likely that such handle designs arrived via sea routes and were encountered by Sorin local artisans, where is also the reason why this dragon handle ewer first appeared in the south part of China. But the Chinese potters, they did not simply copy them. Instead, they merged the foreign forms with native dragon symbolism, replacing the snake handle with the dragon handle. Let's move to phrase 2, late Northern Wei to Northern Zhou. It's around the 6th century CE, and it shows major expansion. Quantity increase, and the forms become larger and more complex. Some even exceed 50 centimeters in height. Dragon has become more elaborate, and the handles thicken, applique decoration expands. At the same time, the geographical shifts northward, especially along the Taiyuan, the Luoyang area. So the northward spread and the transformation of the ewer originated primarily from the increasingly frequent exchanges of people and technology between North and Southern China. Events such as the Hojing Rebellion led to the migration of several 100,000 people from the Southern dynasty into the north. Among these migrants were a considerable number of craftsmen. That is being recorded by the ancient historical records, including ceramic potters, which greatly influenced the ceramic industry in the northern region. The impact of Sasanian art is striking. During this period, active Silk Road trade brought frequent Sino-Persian contacts. From Northern Wei to early Tang, many Persians they came to or settled in China, bringing their material culture. Sasanian art is best seen in silver vessels. Unlike Roman glass, Sasanian metalwork directly continued the Greek metalworking tradition. In handle design, they emphasize 3-dimensional animals standing erect, head raised, fighting the ring. A Sasanian silver jug in the Cleveland Museum shows this. Such forms likely influenced the dragon handle ewers. A key example is from Gao Ya's tomb. Sasanian realistic modeling techniques significantly contributed to transforming the dragon-headed handle from low and small to tall and dramatic. Let's now turn to the decoration. Buddhist art left a strong mark on vessel decoration. Lotus motifs, upward, downward, and hanging types are the most common. Applied to the belly as applique or carvings, honeysuckle appears as applique, and the lion has applied to neck and the shoulder of the object. Sasanian metalwork used the repousse to achieve sharp, high relief decoration. This technique was adapted into Northern Chinese lit glaze ceramics. Local potters used applique and incising to create similar three-dimensional effects for exotic animal and floral designs. Let's look at the phrase 3, Sui to early Tang, is the diversification stage. A key innovation is the thick-necked type B with fuller belly forms, thick neck, and the bulging belly contrast with the slender type A, likely functional because they are easier to pour and they have larger capacity, more stable for daily use. Chicken head spots are reduced, like the third piece, or replaced, like the second piece, it replaced to a monkey shape, or disappear, like the first shape, the first object. And the decoration is much simple, and they improved efficiency and met broader demand. So Sui and Tang unification removed North and South technical barriers, boosting diversification and quality. Distribution becomes broader across North and South. So by the Sui and the Tang dynasties, the number of single dragon handle ewers decreased. In fact, in our type, the dragon handle ewer with two handles emerged in the north. You may recall the white glaze single dragon handle ewer that I mentioned appearing in the third phrase. The emergence of the white glaze was highly significant. It led to the production of the numerous fine white glazed double dragon handle ewers, which gradually became mainstream and eventually replaced the single dragon handle type. That, however, is another story which I will not elaborate on here. So let us now examine the mechanism behind this. The first is that the indigenous continuity. The single dragon handle ewer developed from the local chicken head ewer tradition in the lower Yangtze. The innovation was specific. The handle was transformed into a dragon head element biting the ring. So this was not a rupture, but a localized redesign of an existing ceramic lineage. And the second is the mobility and the craft transmission. Population movement and the political change facilitated transforms of artisans, products, and techniques. Northern kilns absorbed and adapted Southern visual and technical practice, then developed their own solutions in body forming and glazing. This helps explain why vessels become larger, heavier, and more varied in Northern contexts. The third one is selective appropriation of external visual traditions. There are plausible parallels with Mediterranean and Sasanian animal handle conventions, as well as Buddhist decorative motifs such as lotus and lion imagery. But the key point is not direct copying. External elements were recreated in Chinese symbolic and craft frameworks, producing new local meanings and style. So here comes to the contribution, the limitation of this presentation. First is the contribution. First of all, it provides a mechanism-based explanation and not just the descriptive typology. And the second, it gives a taste that how exotic visual elements become localized material culture. and there are the limitations. The first is the data set depends on published excavation reports, and the regional publication is uneven. And we all know it's a very, superficial research here. So we need to more conscious and comparative studies, and the follow research will be conducted in this regard. Thank you very much. That's my presentation today.
Thank you very much, Lushago. It shows that when focusing on a case study with the general framework of the understanding of case studies in mind, you get somewhere. That's the idea. Throughout the presentation, I was looking at all the details that were mentioned, but the framework of this study was always present, and then this brings strength to the future collective volume and to the future project, in the sense that it anchors, not just illustrates, theoretical, comparative, methodological thinking in very serious case studies. So thank you very much. Next time, maybe you come to Romania and we'll continue the discussion.
Thank you.
We move on to the presentation by Anka, who comes from Paris, from the École normale supérieure and Centre national de la recherche scientifique. She is an example of that relatively new, massive phenomenon of the Romanian diaspora. I cannot say diaspora in the presence of people who know Greek or are from Greece, so I can say diaspora. So Anka is going to talk to us about Greco-Iranian entanglements throughout Eurasia, from classical Achaemenid to Roman Sasanian times. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much for having me. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here. And I will continue from Luca's talk with some other examples, and with this image that you can see here, and which is, let's say, quite an image which characterizes the identity of the Sogdians. So these traders who are coming from today's northern Uzbekistan in Sogdia, so we are around Samarkand and Bukhara, and who go to northwestern China. And what you see here is a decoration of a camel, which appears on terracotta objects from Chinese tombs. In fact, what you are seeing, if you are a Greek or if you are an Hellenist, you are seeing silenus which are supported by two menads. But of course, did these people knew what and where from this was coming? It is more, if you look at the object, like a symbol of what these Sogdians were doing. They were transporting wine, and this is how wine gets from Bactria and Central Asia in general to northwestern China. So there is the original Greek god with Greek-related iconography, but which suffered some transformations, religious and also artistically, in Central Asia, so from northern India throughout Kharistan, Bactria, Sogdiana, and to northern China. Okay. Okay. So yeah, I try to show you here the original silenus on something like a camel, which is in Northern Africa, Greco-Roman mosaic. So you can see that this is the iconography adapted to the Sogdian camels. So my paper will have 3 parts very shortly in order to introduce you to a little bit of the history of geography, history of spaces that we know through Greek images, but in fact these images themselves are a mix of different ideas that Greek borrowed from different parts of the Mediterranean, and then after from all over Eurasia and Africa. Then we'll go to the concept of Silk Roads, and we'll see the difficulties of finding the Emporion on these Silk Roads. Also, we can better tell the story of the concept of Silk Road. And then I will go to an example from Bactria and Sogdia as a middle ground in order to show how objects, ideas, technologies can mix together and reach northern China. So let's go to a history of space representations. As you know, this is something like a mixed image from Homer and Hesiod, how the Greeks in archaic times, 8th, 7th, 6th century BC, were seeing the world around the Mediterranean and the Black Sea, the internal seas, and something like a semisphere, a sphere, or so on, with the underworld and with the celestial couple. And this image, which I put here in the middle, is of course related to the Babylonian image, as you can reconstruct it from epics. And there is import of information from Syria and Egypt to Greece. And of course, this Babylonian so-called image with Greek influence, Greek Roman redevelopments, can be found later in those called Zoroastrian image of the world, which keeps the Meru or northern mountains, so southern Caucasus in the north as a pillar, but has other elements which can be correlated with the Greek or Roman image. If you go into Greek and Roman texts, what you can find out is, however, a quite different reality. So if you read Herodotus, for example, or any other historian or even poets, you will see that the Greeks, like any other people, put themselves into the middle. Of course, they invented the theory of ethnicity at the end of the 6th century BC when they were confronted to the Achaemenids, to the Persians, who were a multi-ethnic empire. And then they were more or less connected with different people throughout the internal sea and the regions around the internal sea. And what comes out from text as well as from archaeology is the connectivity. So we are in a network of people, even if the maps that we can reconstruct from text are not showing the network. But the best concept is that of the network in order to explain how communication functioned between the different speakers of different languages, not necessarily seeing themselves as an ethnos. We can discuss about what's an ethnos and how people refer to their identity, collective identity. How Greeks interacted, of course, through travels, you said it, so travels for trade, travel for conquest. Greeks were quite a military people, and there are a lot of conflicts that we can follow in archaic, classical, Hellenistic times throughout the Black Sea and the eastern regions. And of course, you know very well imaginary travels of the Argonauts, here put into a map after Apollonius of Rhodos, who wrote these epics in the perspective of the Ptolemaic power. So we have always to remember that the Argo we know and usually map in this eastern part of the Mediterranean. It was more a mapping of the connectivity of the military and economic connectivity of the Ptolemies in Alexandria, but also mapping connectivity throughout archaic and classical times with other myths. Like, for example, Heracles, who is a hero traveling on sea, but also on land. And, you know, being invented, his myths like, you know, the one who went before the real Greeks reached there. And you can see it here on a very nice mid-6th century BC Laconian cup, where you can see Atlas and Prometheus on the column, which was a representation of the Orbis Terrarum of the Oikumene in the 6th century Milesian school. But what you have here indeed is a representation of the two myths, of the two extremes of the internal sea of the Greeks through the Hesperids and the Caucasus eagle, Zeus eagle. So this is a Heracles myth showing that the Greeks are encompassing the whole Mediterranean, circum-Mediterranean regions through their four ancestor Heracles. It is true that since the end of the 6th century BC, a lot of this knowledge comes from the Achaemenid Empire, and this is a point which is not yet so much emphasized in the literature. In fact, there are the Achaemenids who took over from the Assyrians and Babylonians and, of course, the Medes. We can discuss about ethnically related Medes and Persians because the Achaemenids are more a multi-ethnic, space-related genealogical empire. And through them, the Greeks were working, of course, for the Achaemenids, knew more about the interior of Asia, from the east, of course, from India, but also of all these regions, even up to China. In this Achaemenid Empire, we have the westernmost satrapy, which is Thrace. So today, Western Turkey and northern eastern Greece, Bulgaria, and a little bit of Romania on the Danube, depending where we put the frontiers of the satrapy. But what I want to show you here is the first case of this Greco-Iranian entanglement with local elements brought to a new culture. You have the amazing Thracian silverwares, which are usually considered as Greek, because if you look at it, it's of course Greek technique. Very often these are Greek myths. You see Heracles here, or gods like Artemis and so on. However, when you see the shape of the vessels, you see that often you have a fiale or riton. So, and you ask yourself, why were the Thracians starting to do this in the 5th century BC and the early 4th century BC? It's a precise chronology. They were doing this most probably because they had to pay from Thracian silver some tribute to the Persians. And they were seeing that the Persians were doing this kind of shapes, that they were also liking the Greek style. Greek manufacture was the highest quality of the time. So Thracian elites started to imitate the Persian elites who conquered them, because they were in the satrapy, and they fabricated this in order to put them in their tombs and to show that they are the member of this superior class, that they are the elites, and resembling the Achaemenid, one more time, multi-ethnic elites, because for the Persians it was not so important to be Persian or Iranian speaking. They had elites from different parts of the empires, and it was diversity which was the real identity of the Achaemenid Empire. So we can call this Thracian culture, but really emphasizing that this is not ethnically related, it is simply geographically related, because we cannot say if those who made this are Greeks. Probably they were at least at the origin. We do not know exactly where this was made, but probably in Thrace. So this is this space-related geographic identity. But in any case, what we don't see here, we have to guess it, is this Iranian factor, Iranian occupation, which give an impulse to this kind of Thracian silverware. We have, of course, Scythia, to say a word also about Romanian territories, and we have Herodotus' nice stories, which are made up about a big tour of Darius throughout the northern Black Sea area that I tend to think like a very nice logos, historical invention by Herodotus, who tried to put together all kind of fragmentary information he had at his disposal, but we have other better informed Greeks like Theseus of Knidos, who worked for the great king and who spoke of different campaigns, at least 2 or if not 3 campaigns of the Persians in the northern Black Sea area between the end of the 6th and the beginning of the 5th century. Why? Because they wanted to calm down these populations of the north. These nomads were coming throughout territory of Ukraine and today Romania to Bulgaria, and destroying the cities, the Hellenized territories, which were controlled by Greek traders, or in any case by networks which went through to the Aegean. But also these nomads were also coming through the Caucasus, so on the Black Sea or on the Caspian shores, and they were destroying the cities in the Eastern Mediterranean. So the Achaemenids, and also going up to Ecbatana in Susa, so the centers of the Achaemenid Empire. So they needed to calm down this Sakhite from the north, and this is why Darius and Xerxes made several campaigns. But this is an interesting case. So we have in the northern Black Sea, between the Black Sea and the Azov Sea, this so-called Bosporan kingdom, which in Greek history is something like very strange. Greeks are living archaic and classical times in polis. They don't really have empire. They have quite a bad idea of the empire. One should be free when one is a Greek. Of course, you know all the narrative of the Greco-Persian wars. So how is it that from the 480s, more or less, so we are in Xerxes times for the Achaemenids, comes to be here in Pantikapayon, an empire. So an association of Greek polis with barbarian tribes, which looked like a kingdom with kings, and in fact for us as an empire. In my opinion, this is also something which was created under politically created and also economically function until the creation of the Achaemenid Empire. We have now more and more discoveries of Achaemenid material in the Bosporan Kingdom. So we are between today Russia, Taman Peninsula, and eastern Crimea, Kerch Strait and Kerch Peninsula. So we have Achaemenid inscription from the very early 5th century BC, well published and a lot discussed, including by Alexandru Avram, whose track I'm going with my interpretations. But we also have, this is very significant, Achaemenid royal seals. And of course, the royal seal could be used only by very few people in the administration. It's not for everybody to be able to sign as an Achaemenid king. And some of them are with Egyptian iconography. So showing that people probably who participated in taking over Egypt were then sent to the Bosporan kingdom. So here too, I think we have a culture which was until now considered like Greco-Iranian or Greco-Scythian or Scythian culture. And I just pick up, because the time is short, metals in order to show you gold and silver. But what you can see here are steppe or let's say Iranian shapes of weapons, but with some better technology, which can be called Greek or Greek decorations. You can see again shapes of vases which are coming from the east, from the northeast, or you can see in this pectoral, Condosaya Mogila, so in Ukraine today, a very nice representation of the world according to these Greek concentric centers that we can find out in Herodotus through Aristeas of Proponessus, that when we go to the northern of Black Sea, we have Scythians, so living in their nomad life with animals. And if you go farther to the northeast, you will see the Arimaspeans and the Griffins dominating the edges of the world. So this is kind of Greek image of the world made out of different legends that the Greeks who were living in the northern Black Sea area heard from local populations, from people going very far away on the steppe, and it is put in an object which is more or less from the Scythian, so to say, nomad tradition, and also probably in this context of prestige, because Achaemenid elites were liking this kind of things. So again, let's say hybrid, even if hybrid is not a good word because it makes us think too much to biology, but in any case, objects which come out from a middle ground, from a culture in this Bosporan kingdom, which is Greek by language and by the principle of their political organization. At the beginning of the Greek colonies there, they are all Milesians, Ionians, but it's also to some point multi-ethnic, multicultural. In any case, it is multilinguistic because Scythian and then Sarmatian tribes are integrated into it, and the political model or some fashions of the elites can be related to the Achaemenids. And through these Achaemenids, the Greeks found out information, and if you like to point, the first information which could go as far as Siberia or Mongolia or China, we can mention from this Aristeas of Proponessus at the end of the 6th century BC, who was traveling mentally, because Mr. Antohi mentioned Mircea Eliade, so he traveled to the land of the shamans, the concept of shaman being itself something which was, let's say, a synthesis of multi-cultures and sown by Greeks in different emporia, in different middle grounds. What we have Isedones, which are near the monsters, could be the Chinese Usum, is an hypothesis which I find convincing. So up to the Tarim Basin could go this knowledge which goes throughout the northern steppe. I know that this is dangerous to suggest something like that, but I base my confidence on the fact that Herodotus, and only up to the 4th century, the Greeks knew that the Caspian was an internal sea close to the north. After, from Aristotle, we start with the idea that the Caspian is the Gulf of the ocean, and this will continue with the exception of Claudius Ptolemy throughout medieval times. So Herodotus was better informed, and how was he informed? Probably from these nomads who were at some point controlled, or in any case fighting the Achaemenids. Then, of course, you have Alexander the Great, and you have the Greek direct knowledge of Central Asia and India. And then you have, again, this kind of states of Greek culture, Greek language, Greek religious and political model, but which takes over a lot of Iranian and local elements, and kingdoms which are formed in this part between the Indus Valley and the Sea Daria today. So we are between the Indus and the Oxus and what the Greeks were calling Tanais, so like the river in the northern Black Sea area. And here we have a succession after Alexander the Great and the Seleucids, a succession of secessionist Greek kingdoms that the modern historians call Greco-Bactrian or Indo-Greek, but who were calling themselves Basileia. So on the coin you have clearly this, we're thinking that they are Basileus and Basileus Basileia. So with a concept which comes to the Greeks through the Academicians from Near Eastern cultures, the king of kings. So we have Greco-Bactrians, Indo-Greeks, which expand much farther than Alexander in northern India. And then we have people from the north, Indo-Scythians coming, but who are still following the Greek language, the Greek iconography, Greek religion on their coins. Then we have the Kushans, so probably USZ, coming also from the northeast, and continuing this Greek linguistical and culturally empire with some cuts. So because we know from the 2nd century CE, the official use of the Greek language stopped in official documents. The Bactrian languages and Iranian language comes out, but it is really, this Bactrian language is written from an alphabet which is inspired by the Greek alphabet of Hellenistic and especially Roman times. So Kushans, Hellenized, let's say, in this Kushan Empire of Central Asia. Then the Sasanians are coming, who are themselves, of course, strongly Hellenized, even if they are fighting the Arsacids, the Parthians, whom they were saying, these are Greeks, we are coming, Sasanians as Achaemenids before the Persians. And then Kidarids Huns and Heftalids Huns, so here we find the Turks, or in any case, Hunnic people related to the Turks, who are themselves, so to say, inheritors of Greek elements, Greco-Bactrian, Indo-Greek, Indo-Iranian elements that I will try to show you in a moment in order to conclude this short presentation. What the Greeks found out about these most eastern and northern regions from all these people who were Hellenized and who were in contact with all other people up to the extreme east, it's well put together in Claudius Ptolemy, who has a compilation of about 8,000 toponyms and coordinates, and of course is the basis of modern cartography. But what comes out for the first time in Ptolemy is, of course, the Silk Road, this idea that Maestitianos was a so-called Macedonian trader, so probably the son of a Macedonian family established in Hellenistic times in Syria, who has also a Paphlagonian, so from Asia Minor name. Maestitianos, and Titianos, of course, is a Roman name, so probably they got the Roman citizenship in the 1st century CE in their family, and this Maestitianos made the road from Syria to his caravan in any case, probably to Luoyang in China, and is the first, so to say, name that we know on the Silk Road. Of course, we know the Seidenstraße from Friedrich von Richthofen, and this is only 1876, but the Silk Road path as one line, which is, of course, as you already said, wrong, because we have to think in terms of context, of systems and networks, but as a line, we already have it in Ptolemy with Maestitianos and his caravan. We have to think in terms of systems, as you say, and the Greek texts show this as to that we have to read, for example, texts like the Periplus of the Erythraean Sea, where we can find Emporia. It's one of the very rare cases where we can find this Emporia when we go to the extreme east. This Periplus of the Erythraean Sea from the 60s, 70s of the 1st century CE, which is extremely precise. Probably for me, it is a handbook for traders who are learning theoretically how this trade was done. And especially, I would imagine this as a handbook for people in the bank system who are giving credits. You mentioned that we do not have to forget the money in this pre-capitalistic world, and that they had to know what kind of products were sold in what kind of harbors, and this is what this periplus is telling us. But also, we have not to forget the northern steep, so Spătarul-Ilescu way of connectivity between northern Black Sea and China, and this is where the Sogdians are showing up in the 7th, 8th century AD, especially with the products that they bring from Hellenized Central Asia, so post-Kushan, post-Sasanian world up to China. So in fact, the new Silk Roads that China is promoting today corresponds quite well to the, let's say, very ancient or natural Silk Roads, both on the Indian Ocean throughout the land, so Maestitianos and Ptolemy, up to the Seidenstraße, and then the less known nomad road to the north. And I'm finishing now with an example. You have already seen in Lucia's paper this image, which is the most let's say, Greco-Roman object which arrived farther to the east in China and which is discovered today. It is a plate showing Dionysos on a panther, so like we have it on the very beautiful mosaics in Delos and so on. And it is surrounded by very nice vineyards and all kinds of animals, so a Dionysiac decoration. In my opinion, this should be dated to the beginning of the 3rd century AD, so we are in the time of the Severi. But what is interesting is that it wears a Bactrian inscription, so we are in Iranian language, but Greek alphabet. So it shows that this vessel probably coming from something like Syria, and so we are in the Greco-Roman Empire, and arrived in Bactria, so around Bactra, we are between Afghanistan and Uzbekistan today. And then went part of China because it was discovered in a tomb in Beitan, a very important tomb in Beitan. So we have direct transportation of goods. It can be in silver, it can be in other metals, it can be in glass, and of course it can be textile and so on. But I want to show you now an indirect transfer. So objects were traveling, they were giving birth to new objects, new iconography, new beliefs, which went farther on. And it is another case of a Dionysiac, so to say, this time we are in gold, and we are in China, in Datong, so under the Northern Wei dynasty. And what you are seeing here is, let's say, a gold foil, which is extremely fragile. So this is very important to remember in order to understand where the object was made. So it's purely gold, and it is very fragile. And what you can see here is, of course, Heracles with Dionysos on a chariot, which records you the triumphal chariots of the Romans. So they are both triumphant. What is very important is that both are in the chariot. This is very unique because normally only Dionysos, they are brothers, but you know, Dionysos is the god, and Heracles, even if he was also son of Zeus, normally he's a hero until he dies. So putting both on the chariot is something very precise, which allows us to follow the iconography and the idea of this motive, and then centaurs, you know, making noise, and we are celebrating Dionysos as a god of wine, of natural resurrection. It's springtime and the nature is flowering and so on, but also as two gods which should be related to a royal or imperial figure, because this is what the triumph is showing. Of course, we have a very good parallel to this object in the Roman world, and I come to Paris, my home for now, where we have a competition between Dionysos and Heracles, showing that it was a moral myth, let's say, in the early 1st century AD. Who is stronger? The strongest Heracles, who conquered all the world and killed all the monsters, brought civilization, or Dionysos, who is a teeny young teenager, very beautiful, but yeah, you would not say that he is very strong. Who will win the competition between two? Is it a strong man who remains on his feet after drinking a lot, or is it Dionysos? And in this myth, it is the Dionysos is winning the competition, because when you drink, so when you are in a social context, because banqueting is about social power and hierarchies in the communities, it is the one who keeps his head well that he's the best and he is winning. So this is a competition which is well known in the 3rd, 4th century AD iconography and text, but you see here we don't have the same thing because the two gods are in the chariot. The two Dionysos and Heracles are winning. And in fact, the equality of the two can be found on coins by Septimius Severus. And this brings us to another entanglement. This is about Lectis Magna. So we go now to Libya, and there are the Dii Patrii, so the city gods of Septimius Severus, who make them gods of Rome at the beginning of the 3rd century AD. And in order to explain this equality between Heracles and Dionysos, we have to go back to Lydian, but also to Phoenician elements, because Heracles was Melkart and Dionysus is of course Greek, and then combined with the Roman Liber and so on. So all here is already a big cultural mix in order to reach to this Severian coin. It is this iconography that one can find in Thracia. So again, we come back to Romania and Bulgaria on Thracian reliefs. Why here? Because probably there were Thracian myths which could be interpreted into this new Roman key. And on these Thracian reliefs, we can see Heracles and Dionysos in the chariot together, exactly in the time of Septimius Severus, or the ones who took over this Septimius Severus iconography. And from these reliefs, from Panaguriște and Plovdiv and Mesambria, so we are in Bulgaria, we must have had something like a model which reached probably through Eastern Mediterranean. What it reached the valley of Indus, because unlike the on the Thracian reliefs, we have here Heracles and Dionysos, but Dionysos is not a Roman Dionysos, the young man. He has a beard, so he is a beard Dionysos. Where does this beard come from, and how is it that a man with a beard, so this means an old man, older than 30 years old, comes naked? Because what is really shocking on this object from the northern veil is that they are naked, so this means that they wanted to show that these guys are really Greek, because no Indian, no Iranian, no Chinese would show their gods or themselves naked. So it is an exotic object for them, and they did it in a very, very precise way for the sexual part. So how is that an old man comes up naked? This is something very strange for the iconography of Dionysos. It's never happening in Greek proper lands. It is a mix from the older tradition of a beard Dionysos in India, brought by Alexander the Great, and this god remained in India, and then it was reinserted in a Roman model of the 3rd century AD. And there was a lot of Indian adaptation of Roman coins and Roman objects. The Indians were liking this exotic object in order to show their power. And this is how, through different myths, we are in different time scales, we came up with an object which was found probably in a tomb in Datong, in northern China. How? Through a model which traveled Indian Ocean or somehow from Eastern Mediterranean, land and sea, we cannot know. It went to Gandhara, most probably, and in this Gandhara, northern India, it was made like this. It is a big question if it was already this object or the model of this object, which was made up in Gandhara. I think it is the object, even if it is extremely fragile, and to transport it by caravan to thousands of kilometers, it's extremely, extremely difficult. But because the bodies are so well done, so these are artists who know how to represent human body, and also the gold, and what is also an element in order to show that this was made in Gandhara is the quantity of gold. So unity of measure fits the Gandharan standard of gold. So this was done in Gandhara and then transferred throughout Central Asia, where you have these other types of elements, to Datong, which was a Buddhist center of the northern way. And I'm finishing now with some food for thought for you, because we can come back to Romania and to Greece always, but to Romania a little bit, and show you that these very mixed iconographic traditions, so Greco-Iranian, Indian, with all kinds of local elements, come back to the West with the migrations, so-called barbarian migrations. And you know, in Romania, we had this Nicolae Mare treasure, which is in Vienna because it was discovered in Habsburgic time. And what you can see here is the Iranian myth of Garuda, the bird, with a Greek iconography transposed in this Avari, Puni, who knows, kind of nomad people, and put into the earth of Transylvania. Thank you very much.
If I mention the eternal return when discussing about this, how shall I say, innate tendency of civilizations of going back to sometimes imaginary places of origin, this is something about the other forms of return. This is a story about how influences go and come back. And this is usually, how shall I say, not seriously considered, because there is a kind of feeling that, which is still diffusionism of its traditional type, that this goes one way and fades away somewhere in the barbaricum and then gives some results, and nobody cares about that. But the empire strikes back in various forms. One form is, of course, the more structured imperial or quasi-imperial systems of power and influence. And if I just mentioned the Hittites, I think I say something about this kind of Ur model of, expansion, which is based, of course, on multi-ethnicity, multilingualism, multi-confessionalism, rather an complete indifference towards everything that is not about taxing. Which is the core of domination of strength. And what is fantastic in all these stories is to see that the word hybrid shouldn't be avoided. There is a continuous hybridization and dehybridization and purification and going back to the sources. And it takes indeed this kind of attention and expertise to disentangle all these and also create a temporal line for all these transformations. Now, my last point is about geography. Indeed, this is has to be a case. I mean, when discussing the Silk Road, and the Emporion Road, this is a case to be made for the spontaneous generation of astronomical, geographical, intertwined systems of representation that have a lot to do with the various metaphysical, religious, worldview systems that were emerging in all of these places. They were all in contact all the time. There was transmission at all times. And there was, hybridization, if you want. So we have to see these networks. The word network was mentioned, and the word system. We have to see them as fluid networks, fluid, interactive, co-evolving systems, because there is a kind of rigidity associated to the idea of system. This is just not a moment frozen in time. This is not a structure that stays there once discovered. Well, and that expresses itself in various ways in various places. No, it is a common, a co-evolution. And the fact that you get from one end of the Mediterranean to China, and you see that there is a pattern of exchange, continuity, transformation, re-importing and re-exporting and so on, this is fantastic. The word Pitekuse was mentioned once, and this makes me always, how shall I say, very emotional, because it's related to my utopia on earth, which is the island of Ischia. And all the time I'm there, I dream of, and that's by a short visit to the relics that were identified on the island of Ischia in Pitekuse is enough to understand what the Greeks were doing, what the locals were doing, because motives and ideas and shapes of apparently totally disconnected places and epochs in such an Emporion convert, and you can see them all there. And that's
Any questions?
yes. Now we have discussions about for about 15 minutes.
But this,
Yeah, if there are questions,
any questions?
please.
Yes, Boštjan Marko Turk, and I have a question. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? Boštjan Marko Turk, University of Ljubljana and the European Academy. I would have a question. So first I would like to thank all the organizers of such an event, which I think is very crucial. And I would retain a question for the first communication of Professor Liritzis. I find some idea behind. I would like to ask him if he could confirm it. So the Emporion wrote Emporion trade networks of ancient world created what's the most important, the conceptual shift. It happened for the first time in the human civilization, because as Professor Liritzis said, the roads and maritime routes formed a sort of network of networks, and that increased mobility and enabled faster movement of people, goods, and the intercultural exchange between nations. So in this network of networks, it is a synonym for what we know today, the civilization, because there's much greater idea than in a trade. There's idea of peace building as a product, because when you trade, you cannot make war, etc. It is behind everything. So how to say, something that is from the early Bronze Age. It could be behind the paradigm of Western and other world of the civilizations. They are present now. Thank you.
That's for you, Ioannis, if you have something to say.
What is the question?
Yes, if this network of networks, so is this a conceptual shift that happened from the Bronze Age, is in a way a paradigm of modern civilization, because what we are doing is a sort of imitation of this ancient pattern, peace building, trade making, and so on. When the scribe and the potter came together at one moment in the history, and they trade and they communicate and they try to interpret, to translate what they are talking, and so on.
Yeah, the network of networks that I mentioned in my talk corresponds to any time throughout the human history, not only in our present topic, which is from Europe, say, west to the east, even from parts of this geography, independent areas, there is this expression network of networks of implying multi-dimensional contacts through various goods, a part of imperial conquer as well.
Yes, because
it's a perpetual, I would say, idea of connectivity between people.
Yes, because now in hyper modern, hyper complicated world that is based already on artificial intelligence and so on, I could not find an expression that would easier explain what we are doing than a network of networks. That's network of networks. That's the paradigm. We are living in a network of networks, much more complex than it was, but the principle is the same. The principle is the same.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, you wanted to intervene, I guess, at some point, no?
Yeah, I would like to, to congratulate Alexander, the first speaker, and also the second speaker, Lusha, and I would like to ask a question to Lusha Gao. Is she still there?
Yes, I'm still here.
Yes, she's there.
It's very,
Yeah.
very
Hi.
stimulating talk, Lusha. I wanted to ask if you could make analysis XRF for the lead glaze or for the ceramics in order to determine the temperature and the technology behind to see if there is any kind of connection with the Roman lead glaze or so. Or is this an invention? Is this Roman, Sasanian, or is this a local invention in China? If you could see this by XRF or by some technical analysis.
Thank you. It's a very interesting question. And for me, I think, yes, the ceramic tradition is from China. It's from China. But yeah, as you say, I didn't put all these exotic elements very well, and that is my I feel it's a weakness of this presentation, and because I just found it's very interesting that how you use this dragon handle, and that is not happen in the earlier ceramic tradition before, and combine the historical backgrounds, and we figure out maybe here's some foreign elements coming from outside worlds, but how to combine this well, I think we need much more work. And when you talk about the Sasanian, because the Nolan Zhou or Nolan Qi, that period, they have very strong influence of the Sasanian metal works. We have found lots of the ceramics, especially the lead glazed pottery, the shape, the decoration. They have very strong influence by the Sasanian people. So maybe I think the Sogdian has this has joined this process. So yeah, it's a weakness. I think we will figure more. Thank you. Thank you for your question.
Thank you very much. I would add to this conversation that one should work on a typology of cultures in terms of the way of their self-perception as self-sufficient entities that not only were they the first, that's good enough, but they were also self-sufficient. They didn't need more. So trade was a kind of supplement to that, but it was not born necessarily out of any kind of need, but rather maybe out of a curiosity which is asymmetrical, to see what the hell is going on out there beyond our limits. And there are those cultures that have been built almost exclusively on a kind of porous self-perception in which ingredients from all over the place are welcome, are being used, processed, and that's one thing. And the second thing is the attitude of those who travel. There is a kind of also a typology that is interesting too. In anthropology, there is this phrase, going native. But going native is also something that sometimes is absolutely necessary in order to communicate, to get the best out of the guys you meet, and to understand them. So going native is usually the absolute critique of those foreigners or outsiders who go to some place, and then rather than preserving their, let's say, extraneous or external or exogenous mindset, they go native and they embrace uncritically, it is implicit, whatever the guys on the spot have on their minds around it. But in fact, it's more complicated than that. We all know that going native is a part of this exchange. There is an adaptation of the travelers, of the discoverers, of all these of the migrants, of all these people. Migrants irrespective of their status, including the imperial migrants who come to dominate, they also go native in many ways. And that, I think, by scrutinizing all these exchanges over this huge time span, this is huge space span, helps us understand the way people actually live, communicate.
We should remember perhaps Graecia capta ferm victorium cepit, dartes intuit, agrestilatio. And this is a bit beyond Emporia, but we can understand this entanglement.
To give one example from yes, Alexander, please.
Yes, please. Oh, it's a very interesting. I just wanted to add to what you were saying because it's in my kind of sort of very focused reading of Central Greece, you will find that some communities of, let's say, Phokida, of Central Greece, they do set up emporia and colonies and trade. But another community of Greeks just north of 50 kilometers north of Thessaly, completely uninterested in doing trade, very self-focused on farming and war. And it is interesting that on a very small, in the same people essentially, same culture, same things, some are interested in trade and some are not interested in trade.
Very interesting. Excellent. Great. Are there any more pressing questions we have time to deal with them? If not, I can thank you for this. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Lucas, go ahead.
Well, thank you so much to all three speakers this morning, and I would have a long list of questions, but that would not allow us to finish today if I had raised them.
The project is going to continue, so
may I just, because you're on the screen here, Anka, with your dragon-handled viewers, it's a very interesting topic, and thank you for this very precise investigation of them. I wondered, do you have any understanding of the function of these objects? I mean, they were found in tombs. They are made of ceramics, which are not really watertight, right? They're glazed with lead glaze, which is also not very, it has limited functionality. So I was wondering, is it just decorative, or do these things serve some purpose?
Thank you for your question. Yes, you talk about the function. Yeah, it's very important. And for the earlier, especially the porcelain types, and they are mostly used as a wine vessel. But the lead glazed pottery you mentioned mostly are coming from the tomb, and I think they are just for burial. They are not have the practical function, and it's very interesting that why these people they use this lead glazed pottery at this area, and before that area they doesn't have this lead glazed tradition, and after that they turned it into a very famous one is Santai. And we all know Santai. It has now it has a basic tradition from the Nolan dynasty, and it also mostly are used for burial. And these tombs, the objects, the lead glazed objects, are mostly coming from the Xianbei people. They are not the traditional Han people. And these Xianbei people, I believe they use this kind of vessel to show their identity. So, and they are much more easier compared with the Han people to accept this kind of exalted elements. That's my answer. Thank you, Professor.
Okay.
Maybe, as a possible track for answering this. You know, in the Greek world, discussing Greek ceramics, it was proposed by Michael Vickers, a scholar of Greek Emporia in the Black Sea, in the Caucasus, the idea that black glazed Greek pottery from the 6th, 5th century BC was an imitation of silver vases. And we can see this in the dichromy. You know, you have these red figure vases, which have parallels in silver vases with golden figures, for example, in trays. So we can suppose that these very, very nice Attic black vases are in fact kind of imitation or something else inspired by the metal ones. This lead clay ceramics coming out in the 1st century AD mostly in the Roman Empire, and go then to the east with, of course, a big boom that we know in Islamic times and later, because the green ceramics are really the most important for the whole Islamic world since the 7th century AD. Could be, maybe, if we look at them in the Italic context, maybe it could be something like an answer or an imitation or something to do, something similar to bronze vessels. And bronze vessels, of course, used as onohoya, or, you know, vessel bringing water or wine on the table. And of course, we have a lot of silver or even bronze oinopoia in the Sasanian Empire. So it's carrying liquid, but even for the Sasanian world, we do not know if the oinopoia were for water or for wine.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Sometimes imitations are imitations on the cheap because materials are not always available. The technological prowess is not always there. So it's still a form of cultural transfer, which is adjusting also to the complexities of the local possibilities. Thank you very much. We break for half an hour. We return at 11 Bucharest time in half an hour for you to. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
So now it's 11 in Bucharest. So it is 11.
Now we have given me an SMS.
Yeah, okay. Okay, let's move on. Life is beautiful, but duty calls.
So we have to keep moving.
The duty calls desperately. No, this.
Hello. Sorry for the delay.
We know a part of the story, so come.
Thank you. Yes, so because you came now, better to start, you know, Lucas, just to give you a little bit to breathe, you know, and then you. I'm okay. I know so are you right? Okay. No, let's go. No, after you, please. After you, please, Lucas. So, is it?
It's there.
So, okay, here we are again. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in the second session of our conference, workshop, I would like to say. The first speaker will be Lucas Nickel. Elias Petropoulos, who should be first, will be after Lucas, just arrived. So on the title, on the subject, technology transfer to and from China in the 3rd century BC. Lucas.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Sorin and Ioannis, for including me into this very highly interesting workshop. What I'm going to show today is some ideas I have been pursuing for many years now. Let me start with this works. Yes, it works. Let me start with an object which was found in a tomb of the 2nd century BC in China. An object, a nice little box made of silver and decorated with this kind of lobed decoration on the body and the lid. And both the material, silver, and the decoration are something highly exceptional in China. We don't have any kind of comparable objects in earlier periods before this, the 3rd, 2nd century BC. Yeah, the
This one, left, right.
I just tried.
Yes.
Now it's working. Yeah. The object I'm showing you is you can open it and you see the same decoration from the inside and outside of this highly geometricized, abstracted lobed decoration. The object was found in southeastern China, in Canton, so not for Guangzhou, not far away from Hong Kong. So I'm very grateful to Ankadan to showing Fiale from Central Asia, because when this object was found, of course, people pointed out, well, the obvious parallel to Fiale from Western Asia, from the Hellenistic world, in the contemporary Hellenistic world, which also show a very highly abstracted ornamentation, lobed ornamentation that is, so it's a striking resemblance. This kind of ornamentation we find on bronze objects and gold objects, but mainly on silver, fiale as they are called in the Greek context. What I found interesting, I did a study on this object. So first, this kind of box we find repeatedly in China in this one short period of time. So far, I have identified 8 objects, which are all very comparable, usually with an added foot, and on the lid several little animals have been added. But still they have the rare material silver. It has not been used in the Bronze Age in China as it was used in Western Asia and Europe. And then this very specific lobed decoration. So we have a set of quite a lot of objects in this time frame.
Lucas,
Yes.
all this were found in the southern China, in Guangzhou, or in overall China?
They have been found in the in eastern China. 3 objects in Shandong, 2 along the lower reaches of the Changyang, the Yangtze River, and 1 in southeast China, the one I just showed first, and then 2 of them, which are identical in shape but made of different material, were found in Yunnan province, so in southwestern China.
Everything is south.
We don't have any of these any of the objects from Central China.
Neither north.
Yeah. Shandong is probably the north, but not in central China, in the power center. Of course, all these objects are so similarly built, decoration, size, the idea is so comparable that we cannot assume that they have been conceived in so disparate places around the fringes of China. We, of course, have to expect that these objects, the idea comes from somewhere central, from some joint context, perhaps even workshop. What is important to me is, first, I could show that these objects have not been imported from Western Asia to China, but they are made in China. So it would be, in my eyes, the first exotic objects we can identify in China. What I can also could also show is that these objects were not made in the 2nd century BC, even if most of them have been found in the 2nd century BC, but we can actually narrow it down to the 3rd century, late 3rd century BC, because the earliest 2 finds we have are from a tomb that is clearly datable to the second half of the 3rd century BC. So if they are coming from the same context, what I'm convinced of, they should be that early. So the whole set of 8 objects should be later 3rd century BC. So I find this very interesting, and this pushed me into investigating the 3rd century BC as a moment of communication, because these objects, even if made in China, they clearly show that they had some kind of awareness of this very prestigious object type of fiale in Western Asia, that they even went on to copy first the material, which was rare in China at this time, and this very specific ornamentation. So that points to some context. So, of course, the next step to take was to look at what happened in the 3rd century BC. A lot of things were happening. We know that we have here in Central Asia the original Bactrian kingdom, which has already been mentioned today. It's very important for communication across Eurasia, starting somewhere in the around 250 and existing at least to 150 BC. So precisely the time frame of the 3rd century, which is interesting for us. What is happening in China? Of course, the unification of China and the first emperor of China. So what we need to look at is, of course, the archaeology of the late 3rd century BC in China to see if there's anything more we can find about communication across Eurasia. Of course, I looked very intensely at the first emperor's tomb because it's the best excavated, the best investigated site we have in China at this time. The tomb of the first emperor. And of course, you all know the famous terracotta warriors and all the other figures that have been found in this tomb. What I noted and what many other scholars also found puzzling is that even if this tomb has thousands of sculptures, quite realistically made, of officials, acrobats, these soldiers, we have seen them all. It is at the time a total innovation in China. If we look at earlier tombs of the Qin state, so the predecessors of the first emperor, we find lots of parallels to his tomb, this kind of, tomb chambers surrounded by lots of pits, the size, all these tombs of the Qin kings were quite enormous, from size, so a lot of parallels. But what we will not find in any of these tombs is even a single sculpture. There's no sculpture before the first emperor. And then he comes and builds thousands of them. This is something, as an art historian, I have to say, it does not work. Any kind of craft you need to learn, you need to develop. You don't start with 7,000 realistic sculptures. It just doesn't work that way. So these figures pose a problem, but they actually show, there's an option of communication towards Western Asia or even Europe, because that was the hallmark, show of identity of the Greeks. That is something that is roughly comparable in time frame to the terracotta warriors in China. So Hellenistic sculpture, highly developed, emotional, a very good understanding of the human body, of the workings of the bones, muscles, and everything. Of course, we can't compare our terracotta warriors to these. I would never say that a Greek person would make something like that, because here we have a realistic rendering of the face and the uniform and the shoes, everything, but no understanding of the body whatsoever. This is just an outer appearance, but no body structure, which was so important for the Greeks. However, we also have these sculptures from the same tomb, and that is something much more closer to an Hellenistic understanding of sculpture and the attempt to show a moving body with a bone structure, with muscles, with kneecaps, and with cheekbones, cheekbones and things like that. So we do see in this one single tomb an attempt to, I believe, model sculptures on this Hellenistic understanding of the human body. So this comparison, I think, is quite conceivable. I also try to show that at the time when the first emperor built this tomb and when he came to power, there was actually a short window of opportunity to have communication, because at the same time we do have in Bactria a functioning state with quite highly developed state. closely tied to Greece. We do have Delphi inscriptions there. There's Greek language everywhere in this place, and we do have Greek architecture, at least architectural elements. I show here, and then in every place where you can put it, sculpture. So as I mentioned, that's the hallmark of the Greeks. So at the time when the first emperor in China got to power, that was shown around in Central Asia. So that's why there was an option, that the Chinese communicated with Central Asia and would get an understanding of this kind of Hellenistic, realistic sculpture, and that the first emperor decided, I need that. So these two things I find very important because even if Alexander, he's certainly right in saying, well, we do have contexts over long stretches of time, and this Emporion idea is quite important to show that there's a long-term development of these kind of contexts. But I would like to show here that we do not have this, not necessarily have this kind of historic continuity, but we actually have short periods where this kind of context becomes very intense. To investigate the intensity, these two finds do not really help, because for such an object, a single fiala coming from Western Asia to China is good enough. People can start using that. There are lots of misunderstandings, so I think it does not tell us about intensive contact, but perhaps a chance find or transmission of such a Hellenistic object. With this sculpture, it's a bit more than that. You need to see and know more about Hellenistic understanding before you can do that. But still, it doesn't help us so much about the intensity. But another find in the tomb of the first emperor gives us more hints. That is not an investigation I have done. This was done by colleagues from the Keji Daishi in Beijing and from the Shantishan Korea in Xi'an. These fantastic waterfalls found in one of the pits surrounding the tomb of the first emperor. These are highly realistic figures. Originally, they were also painted in the colors that they would appear as living animals. This is realism pushed to the top. That's quite impressive material. Again, totally unprecedented in China at the time. What is interesting about these birds is the technology they were made with. Investigations on some of them, of the fragmented ones, showed that they were not made out of, the traditional Chinese highly developed piece mold casting process, but that they used lost wax casting here. Lost wax casting was somehow known in China, but not very well at the time. And it's not just lost wax casting, but it is indirect lost wax casting, closely comparable to what was done in Western Asia and in Greece at this time. It's a very complex technology. This has been investigated, especially by Xiao Wanding, a colleague from China. I just showed two of his publications here on the screen. Very important work, but somehow after he published that in the late teens, the discussion moved into different directions, and this was not really picked up to my eyes. What I find important about these animals is here, just the transmission of an object, the casual arrival of such an object in China is not good enough. To learn about this kind of complex technology, you need face-to-face discussions between specialists. So this talks about much closer contact than we would normally assume. So following that, of course, I looked around, well, what else do we have, which is unprecedented in China at the time, and what is technologically complex. This is my current work, what I'm looking at. What we have here is a stone block. Very, not very beautiful object, but to my eyes, fantastically important. This is a stone block which has been found more than a decade ago in the riverbed of a small river near Xi'an. It's a roughly shaped rectangular block, about 2 meters long. What made it so interesting is that there are 3 inscriptions on this block in Chinese, and one of these inscriptions mentions the stone hole, Shithong. So people started speculating, well, this block actually may be connected to the tomb of the first emperor, because we know from written records that under this tomb mount there's a tomb chamber, where the first emperor should be resting, and that was made of stone. That is what we know. However, outside this tomb, we don't have any kind of stone structure, stone architecture. In the Zhou period, in the Qin period, that is totally uncommon. That was a total innovation. And our stone block may be the first tangible part of this so far unexcavated tomb chamber. And I can show you the stone block was found about here. That is a tomb complex of the first emperor. Here's a small river coming from the Thonghong Mountains in the north, where we have limestone and other stones which are usable for building purposes. These mountains are useless, but this, so it's quite likely that these objects were transported along this small river, along the Wei River, to be brought here. So this object becomes quite interesting. I was allowed to investigate this stone with a Bauforscher, with a colleague from Vienna, to get a better understanding of this single object. So we took the measurements and tried to see what we have here. What is interesting about the object is it's clearly not a finished stone. We see this rough carvings on the outside. It's clear it's not finished. This way it would not be placed in a building. It's fit for transport this way. We also know the measurements, because the inscriptions mention the intended measurements of the stone. I put them together with the actual dimensions, and what you can see is the actual dimensions are slightly larger than the intended dimensions, which again is totally in line with what we know about stone building. During transport, they would just roughly finish the stone and allow the workshop at the sites to finish it. So this block is it's totally normal for any stone building person who knows about stone building. That would be the thing. Would be the shape during transport. Just to get you an understanding of the complexity of the issue, I mean, if you want to do this kind of stone structure, you would need first an architect to make a plan, then you would need, of course, a quarry. So geological specialists who know, okay, this kind of mountain, that they're found the right stones. Then you would need the quarry specialists who know how to extract the stones. You need quite large numbers, so you need to know about how to work, how to dig into a mountain. Then you need the transfer specialist, because this one is about a ton in weight. So we know even more heavy stones. Transport is quite an issue, so you need another set of specialists for that. And then, of course, the finishing at the site, where you would finally grind the stone and then put it into the final structure. So we are here. This stone is this part of the process. That's somewhere on the way it fell from the ship. Again, I show you these 2 tombs of predecessors of the first emperor. The other thing we don't find in these tombs is single stone. There is no tradition of stone building in China. If you look around in China, archaeology is highly developed. We know that they used renders, they used wood, but they would not use stone for building above-ground structures or tombs. If we want to find the last worked stone in China, we have to go back 2,000 years. Because we find them in Shimao, in Shanxi, in the very north of China, where we find some structures with worked stones. So there's a 2,000-year gap, no tradition. So all of these skills I just mentioned, suddenly appear at the same time at this one too. From quarrying, transport, extracting, and then finishing such as stone. These are enormous amounts of skills that you need to get to that.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I don't want to interrupt, but anyway, a few so I can make.
Yeah.
And so this is at the same time of terracotta.
This is probably intended for the tomb chamber of the first empire. So this is precisely at the same time. Yeah, it's intended for the same construction site. And now they built the terracotta warriors.
Another point to support what you say.
Right. Yeah. And this is my the second point I'm trying to make here. Yeah, that the having this stone, for the first time in China, this in my eyes raises alarm bells, because you cannot just get there to do this. You need not just one specialist. You need a whole range of people who know about all the specific details you need to know to get this structure finished and to get to this kind of that in a country which did not have any tradition or any experience in that way. That's why I really enjoy looking at this kind of technologies, because they can tell us something about the intensity. Of course, if you don't find this in China, we need to look beyond the borders. And of course, at the same time, we find a lot of stone building in Central and Western Asia. We find it, yes, and of course, in the Greek context, and we find it even just at this time, starting at this time in Northern India. So the same question poses itself. Well, was there communication going on? From the complexity of the things that were needed, I'm totally convinced there was communication, and I suppose very intense communication. So we don't speak about one person, but groups of persons coming there in a coordinated way, because you need all these different professions to get the stone finished. So that is what I tried to show here. There's several things. The first point is exchange or the communication does not work on the same levels through all centuries. There are moments when these become very intense and visible. One of these moments in exchange between China and the rest of Asia is clearly at the later 3rd century BC. At the end of the 3rd century BC, we have a couple of clear indicators that they communicated, and the communication at this time must have been extremely intense. To come back to our question here about Emporion, that is one thing I have been thinking about quite a lot. How is it possible? Because, how do you manage to get so many specialists to build your tomb from very distant places? For that, I like Alexander Wester's idea of these Emporia, relay stations that may have existed for trade, because such a network would actually allow us to think along these lines. That someone we have a skill there in West Asia, and this guy really needs it, and he has money. So some communication must go on. They say, send me, please, everyone I need to get a stone building. And so and then these guys travel. That is a way you can imagine this. Same for the Las Vegas casting and these complex things. I don't think these people just travel along the globe. These are not merchants. These are specialists who need a workshop. They would only go there if someone tells them, well, here's a contract for you waiting. So come here to do that. So at the end of the 3rd century, I believe we have a very intense moment of contact across Eurasia, something that did not leave any trace in the written literature, not in China or hardly in China, not at all in the Greek or Western Asian context, but from the material contracts, absolutely visible. It's extremely clear and to my eyes very striking. So I hope, in this project, I hope we can focus a little bit on this period, because it should be very telling for our general question. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Ricker, from the Institute of Art History, Vienna University. And as we were talking, in the Either one, you remember yesterday we said that this is a beginning of this concept. So the participant speakers will form the first core of a little funded project, for the European Academy, involving also other institutes. And this is the aim exactly of this workshop here, the brainstorming, I would say, to form a very strong group of experts and to find funds in order to make this magnificent project true. So the next speaker will be Elias. Are you okay, Elias? Yes, Petropoulos, yes. Professor of Ancient History, the Democritus University of Thrace, Department of Humanities in Greece. His title is From Mycenaean Kings to Alexander's Ecumeny, Anatolia as a long-duration corridor of cultural translation between West and East, 13th century to 4th century BC. Elias. Yes. Yes, you can. Thank you very much for loudly, because this is loudly people. Thank you very much for the invitation, dear Ioannis. Thank you for very much to Sorin. Is that you? Thank you. Antohi for the communication and for all the accommodation. I'm very glad to be here next to my very good colleague and friend, Ioannis. When he first asked me to do something, I very quickly managed to finish the abstract, and then I started thinking more on this project. Ioannis has always used to have, he has, and I'm sure that you have always very good things to do, intelligible things to do. So I accepted with pleasure. This is something that always was in my mind, and now Ioannis gives it shape. From Mycenaean kings to Alexander's Ecumeny, it's a vast period, but I will speak not as an archaeologist, just as a historian who studied the second millennium and the beginning, let's say, the first half of the first millennium BC. That's why, as we have already seen by Professor Lucas, will be just the continuation of my presentation. By the way, I have my student, PhD from China, Mr. Yu, Chen Zhen Yu. He's preparing PhD on this subject, on the influence of Hellenistic sculpture to the Chinese. So if you don't mind, I could ask you to, if you permit, to contact with you. Sure. Okay, thank you. By the way, I didn't make a clear information about my friend Elias. He has done his PhD in Lomonosov University, and he speaks many languages, ancient languages, and Russian, of course. And his mentor and supervisor was Greek in Russia,
Sarianidis,
who did, yes,
so you spoke about Bactria. Sarianidis was my teacher as well.
Sarianidis was
Sarianidis.
So you did PhD in Chinese language?
No, in Russian. No, in Russian. I don't speak Chinese. Unfortunately, yet. So, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, dear friends, Anka, nice to meet you again.
I didn't know each other.
Yes, yes. We were studying. When I used to study Black Sea, intensively, yes. For a long time, we have imagined the ancient world as fundamentally fragmented, divided between East and West, with meaningful connectivity emerging only with much later under large imperial systems, as we have here the Silk Road paradigm. Today, I would like, with your permission, to challenge a little bit this assumption. My central argument is simple. Anatolia, it is the vast territory of Asia Minor, was not a frontier, according to my opinion. It was a corridor, and not occasionally, but continuously, for nearly a millennium, and I would rather say more than a millennium, but as I'm not specialist in the Assyrian period, I will just add something at the end. So that's why I started from the Mycenaean kings and the Hittite period. What I propose, therefore, is a shift in perspective. Instead of viewing intercultural contacts as episodic, we should understand it as structural, embedded in the very functioning of ancient societies. From the Mycenaean palatial world to the age of Alexander, Anatolia operated as a space where ideas, institutions, and symbolic systems were not merely transmitted, but, I think, more translated. And translation, as we know, always implies transformation. Traditional diffusionist models assume that cultural traits move in a linear and often, I would say, unilateral way. But this model cannot adequately explain what we observe here in Anatolia, according to my opinion always. Here, we encounter hybrid administrative vocabularies, ritual systems adapted to local cosmologies, and artistic forms that resist clear attribution. These are not the products of simple influence. I think that they are the result of cultural translation. In corridor zones, I mean regions marked by mobility, multilingualism, and institutional overlap, ideas do not travel unchanged. They are reinterpreted, reshaped, and embedded in new contexts. Anatolia, I think, is precisely such a zone. To understand how this works, I will focus on three key mechanisms. First, scribal and administrative mediation. Second, ritual and religious expertise. And third, finally, aid mobility and diplomacy. Through these mechanisms, knowledge did not simply move. It was continuously reconfigured. The late Bronze, we pass to the first phase, the Mycenaean Hittite interface. So the late Bronze Age offers our earliest clear evidence for this corridor dynamics, according to my opinion later. Hittite archives from Hattusha, you see the capital city of Hittite Kingdom, refer to Achiava. I would say that
it is widely associated with the Mycenaean, the Greek world in this period, either on Greek soil or on Western southwestern Asia Minor, Milavanda, probably the future Miletus. So I think that Hittite archives refer from Hattusha, refer to Ahiava, not as a distant or marginal entity, but as a political actor of comparable status. We are not looking at isolated contexts. We are looking at rulers who wrote to one another, negotiated, and recognized each other as peers. Here you can see the famous Tawagalawa letter of the middle of the 3rd century. You see, written in cuneiform, but it holds Hittite language, which can prove what I just said. Unfortunately, I don't have the time to be more precise or more and take more fragments, but sometime in the future.
In the proceedings, you will put it. I hope I have a very big volume. So.
That's very nice. Such interaction, and this is not the only one. There are about 21 texts, 22 probably, texts, Hittite texts of the late 4th, 14th, and especially the 13th century BC that refer to the relationship and the contents between Ahiava, the Greek world, and the Hittites. And we don't have only, just allow me for a second, I have a minute please, to say that we don't have only, let's say, international diplomatic relations, but we have religious diplomatic contexts. We have exchange. We see statues of gods from Greeks traveling from the Mycenaean world, traveling to the Hittite capital city to heal the Hittite king. Yeah. This is very, very interesting. We couldn't have imagined this if we didn't have this tablets and these testimonies. Such interaction required more than trade. It presupposed infrastructure of communication, translators, first of all. We know that we had translators in the Mycenaean Palace of Pylos or Mykine, or especially in Hattusha. Scribes, envoys, and ritual specialists operating across linguistic and cultural boundaries. Archaeology confirms this picture. Mycenaean pottery appears widely along the western Anatolian coast, while Anatolian elements, plenty, I would say, Anatolian elements in this time, reach the Aegean, not only the east part of Greece, I mean the islands, but especially the centers, the Mycenaean centers, such as Pylos, Knossos, and Mykine, and probably Thebes. These are not random distributions. They reflect sustained networks of mobility. In this context, Western Anatolia was not a border, it was connective tissue. Within this interconnected environment, knowledge circulated through institutions. Palatial systems depended on specialized expertise, accounting practices, diplomatic formulae, and especially ritual and ceremonial procedures. This knowledge was inherently mobile because it resided in people. Scribes in particular played, according to my opinion, a very crucial role. Even when writing systems differed, we know in the Aegean the linear B system, and in the Near East, and especially in Asia Minor, the cuneiform, and just a little bit later, the hieroglyphic Luwian script. The underlying administrative logic reveals striking parallels. Ritual practices show similar patterns. Purification rituals, old ceremonies. I have been studying these old ceremonies of the 13th century Hittite society, and I found very common practices in the oath of Greeks in the 4th and 7th, 4th and 3rd century BC, not only in Greece, but in Chersonesus as well, in Crimea, the oath of the citizens. And especially the royal legitimation processes share special structural features that point to interaction among ritual specialists. This was not just economic connectivity. I would say that, and I take the risk to say, it was epistemic somehow connectivity. I mean, not just connections between places, yes, but connections between systems of knowledge. Let me pass to the next second phase. The disruption of the 12th century BC transformed the political landscape in this area. I would say in the whole Eastern Mediterranean. Palatial centers declined, Mycenaean centers, Ugarit, and the Hittite ones. Administrative systems fragmented, but connectivity did not disappear. Neo-Hittite and Luwian polities preserved and reworked earlier traditions in writing, iconography, and ritual. And we have a very interesting inscription in hieroglyphic script from the 10th century that the local king is proud to announce to his reader, to his audience, in Luwian language, that we are Hittites, and we are very proud of this. I have found this very interesting inscription, though they are not speaking Hittite at this time, in the 10th century, they are speaking Luwian. Yes. And the most interesting is that this kingdom is not in the territory of Asia Minor. It's much more lower. It's in the Syria. I think this is. I know the point. On the Syrian coast. What we observe is not, I think, a collapse, but a reconfiguration. This leads to a key point. Corridors outline empires. Connectivity shifts scale, but it rarely disappears. Now, let's go to the next phase. The Achaemenid, these are the new Hittite, Neo-Hittite city-states. Under the Achaemenid Empire, much later, these long-standing dynamics were not replaced, but I think they were reorganized and intensified. The empire depended on connectivity, royal roles, satrapal administration, standardized taxation, and especially multilingual governance. Anatolia occupied a central position in this system, leading the Iranian plateau, Mesopotamia, and the Aegean basin. In this environment, linguistic plurality was the norm. Aramaic language functioned widely as an administrative language, we would say the lingua franca of this period, 7th, 6th, 5th centuries, while local traditions persisted. This created a constant need for interpretation and thus for translation. Local elites became mediators. They did not passively receive imperial structures, they actively integrated them into existing frameworks. Material culture reflects this process. We see architectural, artistic, and especially ceremonial forms combining multiple traditions in this period, especially after the 6th, in 5th century, especially. The academic system did not create connectivity from nothing. It institutionalized an already existing corridor. A defining feature of this period is, of course, mobility. Administrators, artisans, soldiers, and especially mercenaries, especially Greek mercenaries traveling to the east and carrying all their tradition, especially the Homeric epics, and especially more specific, the Iliad. The Iliad. I have a long argumentation in my previous book in Greece on this. And scholars move across vast distances, carrying with them technical skills and especially intellectual traditions. Knowledge spread through practice, through what people did, not just why they transmitted. So act is very important. Anatolia's geography made it a meeting point of trajectories, maritime routes of the Aegean, and on the other hand, inland routes to Mesopotamia and the central Anatolia, central Asia Minor. This produced not uniformity, but diversity. Connectivity does not erase difference. I think it generates it. And let's pass to the final page, more closer to the previous speaker. The campaigns of Alexander are often seen as a turning point, the beginning of a new globalized world, but from a long duration perspective, I think they appear differently. Alexander did not move through empty space. He moved along routes already shaped by centuries of integration. And this is a very important thing I would like to add and to draw your attention. We were often speaking with my Professor Ioannis on this subject. And he was, of course, agreed. The idea of ecumeny, I mean, a connected, inhabited world, did not emerge suddenly. It crystallized out of long-standing processes that had already reduced cultural distance across regions. Even Alexander's policies reflect this. The adoption of Persian court practices, the integration of local elites, the founding of cities, especially the founding of cities, I think, these are not acts of simple imposition, but of, I would say, cultural negotiation. What we see here is not rupture, but acceleration. Across this millennium, several patterns remain constant. Mediation through multilingual elites, mobility of specialized knowledge, adaptation of ritual and political, and finally, I think, persistence of connective infrastructures. Anatolia consistently functioned as a space of negotiation. This challenges the idea of clearly separated West and East. Instead, we're dealing with overlapping cultural ecologies. Corridor regions are not marginal. They are, I would repeat, generated. If you permit me to conclude, I think that if we, of course, take this perspective seriously, the ancient world no longer appears as a mosaic of isolated civilizations. It appears as a connected landscape, structured not by borders, but by corridors. Anatolia was one, I think, of the most important of these corridors, a space where translation, not diffusion, shaped historical development. And in this light, we could say, if I may, Alexander did not create a connected world. He made visible land that had existed for centuries. Thank you very much.
Yes, for this
Benefit from it.
First, thank you for this illuminating lecture, and I'm sure any questions will be at the end. Thank you very much. Let us say here. So the next speaker is Enrique Morano, a member of the Academy of Europaea and former president of the National Association of Manichaean Studies, and member of the World Philology Union, with the title Western Influence in the Manichaean Zagdian Texts from Turfan. Enrico.
Thank you. Okay. The way we usually think about the Silk Roads has been shaken up, but since it was so popular, it's not really practical to give it up completely. Instead, we should take a good look at it again, keeping the name, but changing what it means. I am just suggesting that using local documents, especially the Sogdian ones from Turfan, can help us see the Silk Roads as a big network of cultural, material, intellectual sharing across different regions. The Sogdian language became the lingua franca of the Silk Roads through the first millennium, facilitating the exchange of diverse cultural aspects, both popular and intellectual, between East and West. The Berlin Turfan collection, a treasure trove of manuscripts originating from Central Asia, houses an assorted collection of texts and languages. Among these are approximately 590 fragments of Manichaean Sogdian text written in Manichaean script. That one you can see on the screen. And these fragments were initially catalogued along with the Middle Persian and Parthian fragments in a pioneering catalogue by Mary Boyce. Appeared in 1960. An updated catalogue of all manuscripts containing Sogdian text in Manichaean script is available here. No, sorry. This is again Mary Boyce. She listed she catalogs all the Iranian fragments written in Manichaean script, mixing Sogdian, Parthian, and Middle Persian text. So, an updated catalogue of all manuscripts containing Sogdian text in Manichaean script is available in this article I wrote in 2007 in this textile memorial volume. Sorry. Remarkably, despite over a century since their discovery, about 1/3 of this manuscript remain unpublished. A full catalogue with the addition of all the still unpublished fragments is being prepared by the present people. The manuscript in question include a variety of texts which can be roughly classified as follows: cosmogonical texts with fragment coming for 4 different manuscripts, letters, confessional texts, hymns and poems, calendars and medical texts, bilingual texts, glossaries and lists, questions and answers, tales and parables, etc. Mani grew up in Babylonia, and he was a son of 2 Persian or rather Parthian parents, and his father was the leader of a Baptist community in Babylonia. At that time, Mesopotamia was a land of encounters and exchanges, both commercial and cultural and religious. Gnostic sects, esoteric communities and philosophical schools coexisted there, equally influenced by Greek thought, Chaldean astrology, and various religious traditions, including remnants of local paganism, Christianity, Judaism, and Zoroastrianism. Thanks also to intense commercial activity, the influence of religions thought from the Far East, particularly Buddhism, which was spreading east of the Parthian Empire from India towards Central Asia, must have reached there. From a socio-cultural perspective, Babylon and the neighboring provinces were characterized, especially in contrast to the Iranian plateau, by the consistent development of an urban civilization in which Hellenism had established deep roots since the Seleucid era. Here again the text of this collection and the relative publications of this text. Tales and parables. The Manichaeans, akin to adherents of other faiths who sought to unveil and elucidate the concealed aspects of their beliefs to the general public, recognize the necessity of complementing the theoretical and dogmatic foundation of their doctrine with a suitable literary form. While they occasionally employed rime aspre e chiocce, this citation is from Dante's Divina Commedia, Inferno, Canto 32, verse 1, as exemplified in the description of the cosmogonic myth of the fallen abortions. Their primary focus, particularly for didactic purposes, lay in expounding upon their conception through an abundance of narratives, tales, and parables. I shall give here a couple of examples which may show transmission of cultures between West and East. This interesting text, M127, to which I, is there a pointer here? No. To which I was able to add this, which fits perfectly with the main text and helps us to understand better the context of this corner. The peculiarity of this text lies in the fact that, written in a cursive form of Manichaean script, is likely to have been used by preachers to find various parables to be used in their sermons. This would explain why the stories are only hinted at and not complete, because they serve only to recall the complete parable to be quoted in the sermon, just as the actors of the Italian Commedia dell'arte did, whose canovaccio wasn't the main plot of the piece, and the unfolding of events, not a true script, because the lines were left to improvisation. You can see the text here, the translation. So there are several little tales. Let's say, for instance, at line 5 of the rector, the water submerged a fox, Gap, and he thought, it is a dream that I see. Then we can see at line 8, there was a large lake, and in it there were 3 fish. The first fish was 1 thought, the second fish was 100 thoughts, the third fish was 1,000 thoughts. At a certain moment, a fisherman arrived and cast his net. He caught those 2 fish with many thoughts, but he didn't not catch the 1 thought one. This, you can understand, is a very Manichaean interpretation. If you have just one religion, just one thought, you will not be caught. If you have many ideas of different things, and you are not. But the interesting thing is that this novel, so to speak, this parable, has a long story, and it was even found in the Rig Veda, more or less similar. Then we pass to number 2 of the verso. A wild cat probably invited a bird, then another cat, and said, "Come and be my wife." The bird thus answered, I from your look, thus understand the evil intention, that whoever is your wife will not live much longer. Then there is the most enigmatic story. A man caught a hare, and the hare thus said to the man, "If you hold me, you yourself will die. If you take me," probably in the gap, "if you take me home, your wife will die. And if you kill me, your son will die." So you can understand that this is not a full story. This is just a reminder a remind of a more complete story that could be used for preachers or for their sermons. Then, at line 10 of the verse, a man was riding a camel with fast legs. When people asked him, "Where are you going?" he thus answered, "I go there where the animal takes me." This is very important because it has a great diffusion in the Greek and the Arabic world, with a mule running astray instead of a camel, referring to a book, and I'm referring to the book by Ulrich Marsolf, published in 1992, Arabia Ridens, and he quotes the diffusion of this short tale among the Arabic world and also the Greek. I think he quotes Lucian, quoting this little. Back in 1904 to 1905, Albert von Lecoq stumbled upon the remnant of Aesop's fables during the second German expedition in Gaochang, the old culture, in the Tufan area. Archaeologists have since discovered that this manuscript dates back to between the 8th and 12th century CE and can be subdivided into Iranian and Old Turkish sources. One of the Iranian fables, The Father and His Sons, told by Mani, is particularly interesting. A similar story was also recorded in the mid-6th century Wei Shu, Book of Wei, and later adopted by the Mongols in the Mengu Mi Shi, The Secret History of the Mongols. It appears that not only did this Aesopian fable make its way into China around the mid-6th century as a historical account, but that other fables might have spread during the 8th century, when Manichaeans were active in the Tang Empire. This suggests that Aesop's fables were circulating in China about 1,000 years before Matteo Ricci first included them in his sermons. It is interesting to know that Aesop is somehow related with Rhodopis. According to legend, while Rhodopis was bathing at Naucratis, an eagle took one of her sandals, flew away with it, and dropped it in the lap of the Egyptian king as he administered justice at Memphis. The king, struck by the unusual occurrence and the beauty of the sandal, did not rest until he had found its owner. Upon discovering her, he made her his queen. This story is considered the earliest surviving version of the Cinderella tale. And in the second example, we find a story which may be a bit comparable with this Ur-Cinderella. So in this text, you see, it's part of a book of tales composed by several fragments I published in an article. But this is particularly interesting because it preserves a fable, a tale, you will see now, and it has some you see some notes in the margins in Uyghur script and in Uyghur languages, translated the Sorbian inscription, the Sorbian text. So it was owned probably by a student or by a learned man who wanted to read stories, and probably it witnesses a particular kind of literature that was outside the religion. Probably there were books with tales just for escaping literature, and probably the owner who was a Uyghur, a Turk, wanted to understand better the text and put some glosses in the text. So this is the story until he went along. So a man at night overtook, and he reached one city and stopped at one house. And in that house there was an old woman, and there was also her a very beautiful daughter. And when the old woman then gap probably went off, he saw the girl that was beautiful and splendid. And she asked him, "Where were you for that? For what purpose had you come, and what?" And then, unfortunately, the text breaks off. Then in the verso we have, "And he told the girl, 'Your sister is not at all ill, but know that she has decided to kill you.' And he held her firmly, do not go, saying, 'Do not go.' And the girl's heart was not joyful. And when the old woman probably came back, that she did not listen, but he said, 'So your beauty and life appear, knowledge does not receive them.'" Unfortunately, the text is very damaged, and but you can see the bulk of the origin of this story. A prince probably comes to the house because he had this sandal or shoe, and he understands that she is beautiful, splendid, and knowledge, and then probably makes her. So the connection with this story, with this Cinderella, and I think it's clear, and the connection also with Aesop's fables, because you have seen before in the other text, there were speaking animals like in Aesop fables. Let's go to another topic. Mani wrote his 7 principal or canonical works in Syriac, and an additional work, the Shabuagan, which he had compiled for Shabur in Middle Persian, especially for his patron, the Shahanshah Shabur the first, and which enjoyed semi-canonical status among the inhabitants of Central Asia. The 7 original canonical works are the Living Gospel, the Treasure of Life, the Pragmatia, the Book of Mysteries, the Book of the Giants, the Letters, and the Psalms and Prayers. Of particular interest among this canon is the Book of Giants. Long before the modern discoveries of the Manichaean manuscripts, the French Huguenot scholar Isaac de Bossauve had hypothesized that the Manichaean Book of Giants was somehow linked to a Jewish apocalypse known as the Book of Enoch, and to a work entitled Grapheton Giganton. The latter was identified by Alfaric in 1919 with a book condemned by the Roman Church and briefly described in the Decretum Gelatianum, Liber de Ogia nomine gigante, qui post diluvium cum dracone ab hereticis pugnas percibetur. Numerous affinities between the fragments of Mani's Book of the Giants and the Greek and Ethiopian version of 1 Enoch, meticulously noted by scholars, especially Henning, Walter Bruno Henning, and have shown beyond doubt that many knew the Enochic literature on giants. After the publication of Henning's article on the Manichaean fragments, there was a consensus among scholars about the Book of the Giants, considered as a free literary creation of Mani, was in fact based on extra-biblical legends that he had gathered around the event summarized of Genesis 6, 1 to 4. The direct source for the composition seems to be an Aramaic version of 1 Enoch. In a Sogdian text to its quotation from the Parthian version of the Book of Giants, there appears the figure of Siawash. Siawash, this text, and 813, is a bilingual text, but with different texts, not related. The one on the right is in Turkish, in Old Turkish. The one on the left is a Sogdian text with quotation of the Parthian version of the Book of Giants. Siawash, a major figure of the Shahnameh, born to a non-aristocratic mother, is sent to Zabulistan by his father to be trained in war. He returns as a skilled and handsome prince ruling Ctesiphon. His stepmother, Sudabe, lusts for him and plots to seduce him. Despite his rejection, she suggests killing his father to rule together. Fearing execution, she falsely accuses him of rape. You can recognize the story of Hippolytus and Joseph of the Bible. And they both were handsome. The text is incomplete here, but beauty seems to be the main topic. Here we can see how mythologians leap from west to east and then back again between the various cultures. Now, a conclusion. This is the translation where Siawash is quoted. It's they, probably the giants, had lived in beauty. They would have lived in beauty. Then King Siawash would not have died. So if they had lived in beauty, if the giants had lived in beauty, this is the quotation in Parthian of the Book of Giants by Mani. If the giant, then King Siawash would not have died, in whose beauty. So the singularity is that in this work by Mane, Siawash, which is a Persian and Iranian hero, his story, his complete story is told mainly in the Shahnameh by Vergossi, and also in Khotanese texts. So it's very spread, this story, and he here is connected with beauty, like Hippolytus, who was very beautiful in Euripides, and in the Bible, Joseph. So going to a conclusion, when Greek stories like the fables of Hazel, of Manichaean works, or Manichaean works like the Book of Giants, which is dependent on the Jewish and Enoch literature, are present, we have the Manichaeans to thank for that, together with the archaeologists who found them and the philologists who interpret them, as they were principally the great mediators between East and West in literary matters. Thank you. Here you find Patianti, the first one, which is the first, the Sogdian word for finish, and then Tukadi, which is the Uyghur word for finish. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next speaker online is Richard Lim. He's professor of history, Smith College, Northampton, Massachusetts, USA. Lim, the podium is yours.
Thank you. Am I able to share slides?
Yes, we are ready, yes. Just a moment.
You see them already, actually.
Thank you. All right. Okay. Well, good morning, I think. A very warm congratulations to the principals on the anniversary of this timely and important project. Many thanks to Professor Liritzis, especially, for his kind invitation to share work with you today. And there's much to our discussion later on. Come to you as the specialist really in Roman Mediterranean history and late antiquity, so I feel a bit interloper, but certainly a very interested one in all the topics that have been discussed today. I'd like to examine a somewhat familiar historical episode with you, the arrival of the official Roman envoys. The arrival of official Roman envoys at the Han frontier in 166, as recorded in the 5th century history of the later Han. This well-known episode is often encountered as a colorful footnote. I argue we can read its significance as more about the roles of multiple agents and the construction of cultural knowledge at both ends of Eurasia than just about state-level Roman-Chinese diplomacy, so very much following along the lines of the Emporion road model. The Hohanshu passage raises at least 3 fundamental questions for me. First, who sent the mission and for what purposes? Second, what mechanisms underpinned long-distance connectivity from the Mediterranean Near East to present-day northern Vietnam? And third, what does this tell us about how Han Chinese and Roman mutual understanding developed before and after this event? Okay. You see here before you the passage from the 5th century Hohanshu, specifically its account of the Western regions. And I'll just sort of read this short passage from my own translation. The kings of the state Daqin often dispatch envoys to the Han, yet Parthia, Ansi, wished to use Han silk to trade with them, and thus imposed obstacles to prevent them from arriving directly. The state of affairs continued until the 9th year of the Yanxi of Emperor Huan, which is 166, when envoys dispatched by the king of Daqin, Andun, arrived beyond the border at Runan to offer in tribute elephant tusks, rhinoceros horns, and tortoise shells. Then direct tributary relations were established for the first time.
Dear Richard, can you hear me? Richard, can you put your presentation in the full screen mode?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes, I would do that. Sorry.
Yes.
Better. Better. Yes, I know.
Sorry. Apologies for that.
Down in the right corner.
Yeah, my feeling is that this happens because Professor Lim has two screens. Ah, there you are.
Is that all right? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
It's very early in the morning for me, so I do a little bit.
Okay, go on. Okay.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Okay, so I was reading from the passage. When envoys dispatched by the king of Daqin, Andun, arrived before the border at Runan to offer in tribute elephant tusks, rhinoceros horns, and tortoise shells, then direct tributary relations were established for the first time. There were no precious or rare items among the memorialized offerings. One suspects that those who transported the gifts have wrongfully substituted them. Sorry, I need to advance this a bit. Okay, here we go. As is well known, Daqin refers to the Roman Empire for the Han, and Andun is almost certainly a phonetic transliteration of Antoninus. Scholars mostly agree that the imperial candidates for the sender are the Antoninus Pius and Marcus Aurelius Antoninus. Based on chronology, Marcus Aurelius is the more obvious and usual choice, but this easy application actually prevents us from appreciating the embassy's full significance, as I will argue. First, Marcus ruled jointly with Lucius Verus. A genuine embassy should name both emperors, but Antoninus is not part of Lucius's name. Second, Lucius Verus, not Marcus Aurelius, actually fought the Parthian campaign from 162 to 166, an event most people take to be one that is causally connected to the 166 embassy. His co-ruler Marcus was preoccupied at the same time in the West, and philosophically, Marcus Aurelius, as is well known, was a Stoic. He opposed exotic, ostentatious luxuries. A mission to advance the silk trade for whatever purpose was likely not. So this is just a general map to show what we're talking about. More than a century ago, proposed Eastern Roman merchants from cities such as Antioch in Syria, Tyre, and Petra, whose trade was interrupted by the raging Parthian War, took it upon themselves to travel east and posed as imperial envoys to gain Chinese favor. This remains the underlying view among many scholars. I find these arguments enticing, but incomplete because they project later 3rd century embassies back onto the 2nd century. I'll be happy to discuss this further after the talk, should anyone be interested in. I had to eliminate a lot of material from the talk and so on. Okay, this brings me to a different but hybrid hypothesis. My interpretation accepts the 166 embassy as both official and sent in the name of the two co-emperors, but I propose its real author was Gaius Avidius Cassius, a prominent general in actual charge of Lucius's Parthian campaign. Cassius had both opportunity and means. In 165, he conquered the Parthian capital Ctesiphon and all of Lower Mesopotamia up to the Persian Gulf, from Tigris ports such as Charax-Spasinu, down here. I couldn't use the cursor, so apologize. Oh, I can. Okay. From Tigris ports such as Charax-Spasinu at the head of the Persian Gulf, he could sail down the Gulf and into the Indian Ocean. Cassius was therefore in the right place at the right time. But what would his motive have been? Cassius was born in Syria, and his Syrian connections are thought to have aligned him with those of the merchants in the Roman East who sought access to China's silks as the Parthian wars unfolded. The iconic central silk routes passing through Upper Iran into the Tarim Basin were then blocked by the Parthians, who retreated onto the Iranian plateau. Maritime access to the farthest east was therefore the only plausible plan B at this time and place. Now I propose, now I propose an alternative motive, though not one that precludes the first one that I'd mentioned. Cassius claimed Seleucid royal descent by a circuitous path. His Seleucid heritage might have inclined him to embrace the pothos, the yearning to reach the ends of the earth, that Alexander the Great was famously associated with, by sending a mission to the world's end, to the end of the Ecumene. Before him, the Emperor Trajan, no stranger to the people in Romania, of course, dreamed of emulating Alexander when he thought to send an expedition to India from conquered Mesopotamia in 116. Trajan's ambition remained at the level of an expressed desire, reported by the historian Cassius Dio, no relation to our Cassius. Well, did our Cassius dream a similar dream standing at the same spot half a century later? Only now he knew that the farthest east was not just India, but in fact some place beyond, some place that we would, of course, today call China. Before turning to the maritime route that the eventual mission took, we should take note that Romans had long associated the silk trade with the land route through Central Asia. Around 100, the Roman Syrian merchant Maius Titianus sent agents from Tyre, somewhere in the Roman Near East, from Antioch perhaps, through Upper Iran, through Ecbatana, through Bactria, to the stone tower near modern Tashkogan, the farthest east that Roman-linked travelers were thought to have reached prior to 166, at least directly. Artifacts, of course, as we have now known, sort of rehearsed, traveled more widely. The reports reached Ptolemy of Alexandria via Marinus of Tyre and were recorded in Ptolemy's history. Okay, that's my turn. Okay. Yet around that very same time, give and take a few years, the Han official Gan Ying, sent by Ban Chao, the Han Protector General of Ansi, who controlled the Silk Road oases in the Tarim Basin, recently conquered by the Han Empire, reached Lower Mesopotamia in 97. But after a stay there, he was turned back due to local Karakene obstructionism. We'll talk about that later on. The people of Karax, having been told by his local hosts that to reach the Romans, a perilous 3-year sea voyage still lay ahead. So he traveled basically through the land route to come to Babylonia. Now, allow me to introduce my hypothesis about the intermediate role of the people of Karax, Spazinu, in the embassy of 116. You see Karax over here. Karakenes were in part descendants of Hellenistic Greek colonists and were famed as sailors and merchants. The city itself was founded by Alexander himself and later refounded as Antiochia by a Seleucid successor, Antiochus III. In 97, they hosted Gan Ying, as mentioned earlier, told him that reaching Rome required a dangerous 3-year sea voyage. This was a flagrant lie. Well, at least that was not the only way to get to Rome. The overland route, as famously described by Isidore of Carax, a native of Carax, of course, a famous geographer, in his Parthian stations, would have taken approximately 1 month. That journey basically along the path of the old Achaemenid royal road from Susa to Sardis. But the Karakenes wanted to protect the role as middlemen and caused Gan Ying to turn back. Fast forward to 165. Fast forward to 165, the Roman general Cassius captured Lower Babylonia, including Charax. He also claimed descent from the region's former Hellenistic rulers. The locals would have welcomed him. What would the Caraccine merchants have offered Cassius? Flattery, an expedition beyond India to meet his ambition, surpassing Alexander the Great's deed, of course, and practical help in this expedition by proffering knowledge of sea routes and local stories, perhaps about Ganying's aborted mission 2 generations ago. So according to my hypothesis, the same community that blocked the Han envoy from reaching Rome enabled a Roman mission to reach the Han court at Loyang in 166. Now, 2 kinds of knowledge would have and could have fed into this 166 mission. First, scientific geography. Here, the Alexandrian scientific tradition from Eratosthenes of Cyrene to Ptolemy of Alexandria in the mid-2nd century is especially important. And I eagerly await the lecture of our following speaker, Professor Musas, on aspects of how Hellenistic mathematical and astronomical knowledge helped map out long-distance routes to the farthest east. Ptolemy of Alexandria, mathematician, astronomer, astrologer, geographer, wrote his geography around 150 by drawing on travel accounts by earlier merchants such as Maius Titianus and integrating them into a scientific geographical framework. Cassius was himself likely familiar with this because his father had been imperial prefect of Egypt, resident in Alexandria. This placement connected him to the Alexandrian intellectual circles. Second, pragmatic knowledge, such as went into the compilation of the Periplus of the Red Sea, such as we've heard from Professor Ankadan earlier this morning. Now, we mostly do not know the names and identities of the pilots and sailors who undertook understood the monsoons, the ocean currents, and anchorages, whose knowledge then went into the compilation of such a work. This was the knowledge that told you how to sail and where to find fresh water, for example, very practical knowledge. So what combination of scientific and practical knowledge lies behind the decision to send the embassy of 166? Could Cassius have come with Alexandrian geographical knowledge himself? Or did the idea from local ship captains who knew how to get from the Persian Gulf to India helped him launch that particular expedition? Very possibly, I think, both. And indeed, it is more than likely that the Caraccines and others like them were among the technical support staff that started off at least with the embassy, if not continued with the embassy and so on. I reconstruct the itinerary of 166 as follows. The points of origin, I argue, was not Alexandria, as many have assumed, which is, of course, how the Periplus kind of describes the connection between the Roman Mediterranean and India. So instead of Alexandria, I proposed that it was Charax-Spasinu in the Persian Gulf. So it would be down here, traveling down and reaching important emporia such as Babaricum, Barigaza, Muziris, circumnavigation of India, reach Sri Lanka, Taprobane, and then through the Straits of Malacca into the South China Sea, a voyage with interruptions of roughly 100 to 145 days. This is perhaps one of these familiar modern maps that we often see the Periplus. Now, the final stage from the Sea of Malacca up through the South China Sea to China, so to speak, is where I depart from some standard interpretations. Sorry, I should have shown this. Okay. I propose an inland route up the Mekong River. So, sorry, up here. and then overland rather than coastal sailing along the eastern coast of Vietnam. My reason comes from the Han description embassy at Runan, the southernmost prefecture of the Han Empire at the time, from, quote, beyond the border, which in Han usage normally indicates land entry, not sea arrival. Just as important is a detail from Ptolemy's geography about how the city of Katagara, now mostly identified with the South Vietnamese region of An Giang, which was the old kingdom of Funan, is connected to Thin Nai, which is of course then understood as China, by land rather than by sea. So I've set that material aside. It's a kind of long argument due to time, but I welcome discussion about it later. But the reason why I belabor this point a little bit is that in order to get from Funan to Runan up through the Mekong with portages and land travel requires, of course, very serious involvement by local guides, pilots, and so on, which speak to more the agency of another local group in providing this kind of aid to the embassy, to the delegation. Now, Runan, okay, so this is the naval maritime network of Funan. It's understood that its connections at this early period is sort of maritime throughout and would later develop sea routes up to the Chinese coast. But this is a very early period, so it's not necessarily clear that, you know, it did have those networks in the 2nd century, at least in the South China Seas. Runan, in the southern part of the Han Empire, which is now part of Vietnam, near modern Hanoi, the capital, at that time was not a major port, so one wouldn't actually sail up to Runan, but it was in fact a restive military frontier. Again, I gloss over the details here, but there are very interesting Han sources to speak to the local history, and these should be taken into account in any full appreciation of the significance of the embassy of 166. Now I turn to one other aspect that people usually focus on when they speak about this embassy. Now, the envoys offered in tribute to the Han court 3 items: ivory from elephants, rhinoceros horns, tortoise shells. It actually surprised the Han observers because these were actually common southern products obtainable readily in Southeast Asia and were very much familiar in the elite households of Luoyang at the time. They were basically kind of fairly everyday item, except of course consumed by the elite. It's almost as if the envoys bought something at the gift shop before they arrived, rather than brought something from their home country. The Haohanshu elsewhere lists Rome's really desirable products: gold, silver, pearls, and amber. The Chinese knew very well that these were not the items that this embassy produced in 166, hence the disappointment. But the disappointment was about category, not the value of the tribute. The Han chronicler himself suspected local substitution, not Roman deception, that these were merchants masquerading perhaps as an official embassy. And there's some dispute as to how to translate the last sentence, and I've given you my translation. One can translate it as, some other people translate it as kind of, they suspect that the traditions about Roman products are actually exaggerated. It's all possible translations of the Chinese. Of course, I stand by my own. Okay. So by way of summary and conclusion, now no Western source mentions this embassy. Did this have something to do with the Antonine Plague, brought back by Lucius Verus's soldiers victorious from Ctesiphon, that began to decimate the Roman population after 166? I note 2 additional considerations in passing. First, if Marcus Aurelius sent it, Why no praise from his panegyrists? It's an argument from silence, but there it is. Second, but if Cassius scented his later damnatio memoriae, official erasure from official records and memory, following a rebellion against Marcus Aurelius, explains this silence very nicely, I think. Okay, so that's just a fine point. What was this embassy then? Not so much a first contact in its absolute sense, but a first official tributary contact, at least as taken by the Han Chinese. While it is natural to read into this event a Roman initiative and, by contrast, Han Chinese passivity, they were the recipients of the embassy, for Fan Ye, the author of the Hohan Shu, this embassy capped centuries of Han effort to make direct contact with Rome. The embassy and the resulting exchanges further added to Han Chinese knowledge of Rome, such as represented in the Hohan Shu's and other works. There are other sections that have long discourses about Daqin and so on, and included things such as the Daqin had over 400 cities, stone fortifications, and a king chosen by merit and not heredity. I wanted to develop this further, but again, constrained by time, I eliminated this from my talk. Okay. So finally, let me bring these threads together. First, who sent the embassy? Not Marcus Aurelius, but as I argue, Avidius Cassius. He had the opportunity, the regional merchant connections, the Seleucid heritage, and access to geographical knowledge, both scientific and practical. Interestingly, this mirrors how the Han Protector General Ban Chao sent Gan Ying west from a frontier region on his own initiative, just a couple of generations earlier. Second, the Karakeens, they blocked Gan Ying in 97 from proceeding to Rome to protect the middleman's role. 70 years later, with Parthian power in decline in the region, they helped Cassius. They were active and interested players, not passive conduits of trade or diplomacy. Third, knowledge. Scientific geography came from geographers who eagerly made use of traveler accounts by merchants such as Ioannis, but practical knowledge, monsoons, currents, ports, came from anonymous pilots, and this practical knowledge is usually not adequately taken into account in both our sources and even in some modern accounts of these exchanges. Fourth, many agents shaped this embassy. A Syro-Roman general, Avidius, Karakeen merchants, Indian Ocean sailors, Southeast Asian guides, if my Mekong route is kind of accepted especially, and Han frontier officials, each had his own agenda. So what should we read into this embassy? I don't think it should be read purely as a ruler-to-ruler mission that would kind of flatten it substantially, nor was it merely a mission, or was it a mission driven merely by mercantile concerns alone. And despite appearances, it is also wrong to see it as evidence of Han initiative, engaging in so-called active trade, and Han passivity in attempting to make connection. Whatever its historical significance, the 166 Roman embassy, when appraised in the round, as I've tried to do just now, is certainly firmly connected to our main conference themes in that it shows how knowledge, goods, and people were deeply entangled, that how they moved across vast distances, mediated by different communities that lived at or made use of the crossroads of pre-modern Eurasia, something that we're all very much concerned with, and so on. So thank you. I look forward to your questions and comments later on.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you, Richard. At the end, we have certain questions. Richard Lim from America. And the last speaker of our brainstorming workshop is Xenophon Moussas from Greece. His title of the topic is Mapping the Cosmos, Crossing This is Hellenistic genius of Antiquity mechanism and the route to ancient China. So, my dear Xenophon, from the Department of Astrophysics in the University of Bucharest and University of Athens, Greece, you may start presenting your interesting topic, and you are well known, of course, from the Antiquity mechanism. We have been working for so many years, so we are looking forward to hear your talk regarding this mechanical cosmos and the sea road to the Sine. Sine, which is the ancient name for China.
Yes, thank you very much. In the next minutes, bit less than half an hour, I guess, I will present to you this interesting, well, it's out of focus, I don't know for what reason, probably tries to find the face of the presenter rather than... Anyway, this is artificial intelligence and works quite well then and now. Anyway, I have then to share the slides where we can see this thing as well. I suggest that if humans had this type of machines that are astronomical dedicated computers that depict the universe following the laws of nature as they understand them at that time, of course, expressed with the appropriate and accurate to an extent mathematics. So if you have such a thing, then you can compare the position, for example, of the moon tonight at 10 o'clock with the position of the moon this instrument predicts for the place you have started. Then, from this difference, you can work out the difference in longitude. Very important to have a good mathematically made map of the Earth. This is my view. I'm not the only one, but we are only a few, I could say, that humans could use this type of machines for cartography. And this type of machine, as I already more or less said, is really the epitome of philosophy, of Pythagorean philosophy mainly, and technology made based on science, so based on the Pythagorean view of nature, of the cosmos, that it can be described properly only with the appropriate mathematics, i.e., the laws of physics. Of course, this machine is really a at least four-dimensional puzzle because it is made of gears, they move, so you don't only have the 3 dimensions of the gears and the axis and the pointers, but also the speed that any one of them moves around its axis or axle or shaft. We have been quite lucky, I could say, over the past almost 20 years now, to make the world knowing of the existence of this type of machines some 21, 22 centuries ago. And we have transformed it also to an educational device, especially for the young, but not only. How we did this? We studied with X-rays and using appropriate computed tomography, we managed to have a very large number of cuts and working out the number of teeth of every one of these gears and where exactly it is situated, where it gives motion and what is the change in the velocity and so on. We managed to read the software from the hardware that we have in hands, and it is always at the National Archaeological Museum since it was found around 1900. Of course, this is a work of a team, a very large team, and recently, during the last 5 years, with this smaller part of our team, we created a huge model, a working one, that it is also a planetarium in Hermosillo, a city in Mexico, in the University of Sonora, with our great friends there that we managed to create it during the last 5 years. The original is in the museum, the National Archaeological in Athens, and you are very welcome when you have the opportunity to come, and we can go there together to show you on the spot the original parts. The 3 larger ones are here on this photograph. Here we can see the wheel of the sun, as we call it. Right in the middle is a coaxial system for the sun and the moon. We'll see the display in a while. Somewhere here we have a spiral, a helicoidal scale for the Metonic period, 19 years. And at this point, we have another display for the Olympiads and the other important games of the Greeks of that time. Gladly, we still have some of them. What is interesting to know is that this Metonic cycle has an epirotic calendar, northwestern Greece and Corfu, a Doric calendar that belongs also to a subset of Doric that are called Corinthian, and an even smaller one that are the Epirotic. Although it was found in a ship full of treasures going from the Aegean to Rome, one of 1,000 similar ones, according to historians, it has a calendar that probably shows the owner of this machine. And we know that this type of machines were not as many as tablets today or computers, but it seems that they were several because they are mentioned, and we'll see, in even popular books. which means that humans knew quite well what this type of things, called tablets by the Greeks, well, of course, in Greek, they were called pinakidia, which means little tables. And they were expensive, made of gold, less expensive, even having plates of marble, and even less expensive, as some authors say, made of wood. And I was very surprised when I read that some 23 years ago, I think, written by Proclus, believing that that was impossible to have accurate gears made of wood. But in Iceland, in the museum, the archaeological museum, I discovered 3 made of wood, probably of 1780 AD, with many similarities, calendars, in fact, having the calendar of the Metonic cycle, because they were predicting also, as I understand, the date of the Easter. And to the left, we can see part of the manual and also small parts of the ecliptic and of the solar year. This is a lunisolar calendar, while this one is a calendar based on the sun. There is also another part that shows the eclipses, the prediction of the eclipses, and the position of the moon together with the phase of the moon. So, as we said, this machine follows the laws of physics. It has been conceived based on this logos, the reason, the logic, causality, the Pythagorean philosophy, and the construction, of course, follows the physics that they know at that time. Always under the notion of a celestial law that puts the stars in their position, as this Orphic hymn states. So 3 words, all physics, based always in mathematics. So that's how they created him. That's how they have this lunisolar calendar based on the Metonic cycle and the 8-year cycle of the Olympic Games, which is based on a resonance of 4 bodies: the sun, the earth, of course, the moon, and Venus, that in 8 years goes 5 times around the sun, as seen from the earth, and at the same time the moon goes around the earth 99 times. This is the calendar of octaeteris, which lasts 8 years and contains 2 Olympic periods. Somewhere here we have another calendar of 76 years. So it is 4 times the Metonic cycle. And down here we have the prediction of eclipses, lunar and solar. And even the hour is mentioned in these months.
And dear Xenophon, can you please be a bit more faster because we are already out of time?
Yes, certainly.
And
How many minutes I've got?
Your part which concerns Han Dynasty.
How many minutes we've got?
5 minutes.
5? Ooh, okay. Well, let me at least say a few more words. This is the first page of a book originally owned by Nicolaou to Copernicus, as he says, a book of Copernicus, his own writing. And here he has the months of a similar calendar to the one of the Antiquity mechanism. As I said, people at that time, 20 centuries ago and more, and less as well, were familiar with this type of machines. For example, Prudentius here describes such a machine, referred probably to the Archimedes ones, who had created 2 of these, and makes Jupiter complain that he has been replaced by machines. The same is repeated by Claudianus, to an extent by Cicero, who tries to persuade the young to continue in the road that Archimedes opened, and Manilius continues as well. Now, of course, humans understand very early in history that the Earth is a sphere and a planet, and describes all this with appropriate mathematics, understand what is the latitude, inclination, how climate is a function of the geographic latitude, and continues with measuring the perimeter of the Earth. These are the numbers by Aristotle, Hipparchus, Eratosthenes, and so on. They understand that the inclination of the axis of the Earth changes with time. And here we have a table of the change of the inclination. And that's how we have accurate, or at least acceptable maps. How? With good mathematics, with trigonometry developed by Hipparchus to a great extent, and going around, having appropriate people, using machines like the Antikythera mechanism, we managed to have good projection of the Earth, which is a sphere, on paper, on 2 conic surfaces, in fact, is a good approximation. And that's how, well, we can have very good maps. Of course, we already heard about Syrica and Sine or Thine, and the division that the Greeks and other people, of course, understand the Earth. Let me use this 1700 map, which is a continuation of a very old map by Dionysius, the geographer, I think he was born in somewhere in Syria. And what is interesting is that if we take books of geography like the one of Ptolemy, we can have something like 50 cities from the eastern part of India to the Pacific. Amongst them, there are 2 cities named Emporion. So we have 2 Emporia somewhere here. And there is another interesting city that is called Byzantium. Now I look at it, and in fact, I don't remember now the name of the city, somewhere in Vietnam today. It is really like Byzantium. So you have something like the Bosphorus, and well, of course, you don't have Asia from the other side. You have simply a large island, but you also have a Keratius Gulf at the place. And with this, I suppose I have already passed the 5 minutes that you mentioned, but I'm available for questions, discussion, whatever you like. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We're running fast now. Any questions? So if not, I can make the concluding remarks. Any questions from the online attendees and from our colleagues here? Yes.
Thank you very much. A lot of questions because there are a lot of very interesting and provocative talks.
But we have the email, so in the future we can communicate.
Yes, of course, yeah. I'll start with questions for Professor Lucas Michel. It was really stimulating and on maybe the most difficult question for Hellenis or in Greek archaeology about this connection to the king. So I wanted to ask you if there is any data and information about how this places of Turkiale were used and for what from. Any information about that. And the second question, which was about architecture and stone block, you mentioned that normally a structure, of course, goes with its own measure. So I was wondering if this Qin, or how do you pronounce it in China, unit of measure, which would be something like 23 centimeter, has a history before that. Is it really, because it's like spinami in Greek, 23.1 would be exactly the Greek hand in Hellenistic time. So with this finger and this finger. So I was wondering if it's just pure human measure or we have a history in China.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. So firstly, these boxes, yeah, it's odd that the Chinese would make boxes, even if in Western Asia we only find those, yeah, with this decoration. Only in one of these objects they found some residue of things. It's a brownish material, yeah. So it has not been properly analyzed, but the Chinese archaeologists suggest that this should be perhaps some kind of drug, yeah, for medical purposes. We know that the Han Dynasty people are very keen on specific drugs for life extension, things like that. However, it still should be investigated because from the appearance of it, it looks like frankincense to me. So that should be, yeah, I'm sure it can be found out, but I don't know. So that is the only indication we have. These pieces have inscriptions, but they do not mention the purpose of these objects. And for the other question, the chur is an established Chinese measurement. So So it was widely used in the Qing dynasty and also before, and in later times. The actual dimension of it changed over time. For the Qing dynasty, we can be quite sure that this size. It is correct that there's it seems to correlate to measures in other areas of the world, but I'm hesitative to say that there must be a connection. So it's difficult to establish if there's any connection in that.
Because if their workers would have come from, let's say, Bactria or India, they would come with their tools and with their units of measure because they are trained into this.
Yeah, but it's widely established in the Qing, not just for this stone. So that's why I think it was the local way to measure.
You can go on with the lunch. Any question from the attendees? Because now we move forward to the concluding remarks, and of course we have. I think we have your emails. We can whatever we communicate amongst the speakers. We shall include you as well. Okay, and the team somehow and the communication network. So can you put the PowerPoint, please? Thank you. No. Yes, can you put the PowerPoint?
Yes.
So the concluding remarks, and we finish for today.
Da, e bine, puneți pe share și eu.
Nu, că s-a blocat ceva.
S-a blocat ceva. Încercați atunci pur și simplu ecranul să-l împărțiți.
Ok, doesn't matter if you can, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter, leave it. Okay. Okay, thank you. Yeah. There's only this one. Okay, that works. So, okay. So, distinguished colleagues, dear participants, in person and online, we have journeyed together today from the Bronze Age Aegean to Han China, from Mycenaean kings to Zodiac scribes, from ceramic cures to the Antiquity mechanism. In just one day, this conference has demonstrated precisely what the Boyle Road concept promises, that ancient connectivity was not a single silk-laden path, but a polyphonic, failure-tolerant system of human interaction where ideas, technologies, and worldviews were translated, hybridized, and co-treated across cultural frontiers. We have heard compelling evidence, for example, that from Sorin and Antohi remind us of the long epistemological tradition from one-way diffusionism towards entangled transfers and multiple origins, a framework that rescues agency from peripheral cultures and acknowledges genuine co-creation. Myself introduced the Emporion role as a new interpretive paradigm, emphasizing temporal depth, spatial breadth, and the crucial role of empty emporia and peace-building mechanisms in sustaining long-distance exchange. Alexander Vestra formalized the Emporial system as a recurrent interaction regime, showing how negotiated access, brokerage, and reputational enforcement made repeatable exchange possible across fragmented political landscapes. Lu Xiaoguo and Wang Yang from Henan University traced the single dragon-handled UR through 3 evolutionary phases, demonstrating how Roman, Byzantine, Sasanian, Persian, and Central Asian influences were actively reinterpreted within Chinese technical traditions and masterclass in hybridity over imitation. Anka Danko challenged the Athenian-centric narrative of Greco-Persian antagonism, revealing instead centuries of mutual influence that produced hybrid Thracian, Scythian, Bactrian, and Zogdian cultures, mid-grounds worthy of post-colonial analysis. Ilias Petropoulos positioned Anatolia as a long-duration corridor of cultural translation, where Hittite, Mycenaean, Neo-Hittite, and Achaemenid systems created infrastructural continuity despite political collapse. Lucas Nickel reminded us that technology transfer required direct specialist communication and training reveals moments of uniquely dense contact, as seen in bronze and silver casting migrating to 3rd century BC China. Enrico Morano illustrated the textual dimension, showing how Menhir Zogdian texts from Tufan preserve Aesopian parables and Jewish pseudo-epigraphic traditions, evidence of philological connectivity across the ecumenic. Richard Lim re-examined the 8166 Roman embassy to Han China, asking not only who said it, but what mechanisms of cultural knowledge enabled its remarkable journey, a question that reframes the embassy as evidence of sophisticated geographical understanding, not mere curiosity. Xenophon Musars connected the Antiquity mechanism to Ptolemaic geography, revealing that ancient sea roads were paved with spherical trigonometry and mathematical engineering, transforming long-distance travel from bravery into applied science. Today has confirmed that the Emporion Road is not merely a historical hypothesis, but a research program of considerable vision and urgency. It offers a framework that first integrates disciplines: archaeology, philology, history of art, archaeometry, digital humanities, and AI-assisted analysis into a coherent conversation. Redistributes agency, moving beyond Eurocentric or Sinocentric narratives toward genuine polycentrism, and identifies new evidentiary signatures, special configurations of Emporia, institutional repetition of epigraphy, literary discourse on foreigners, and archaeological correlates of sustained foreign presence. Some announcements for the near future, publication of the proceedings. First, it is my pleasure to announce that the proceedings of this conference will be published. We intend to pursue a peer-reviewed volume with an internationally recognized academic press like Springer, Elsevier, or a leading university press. The volume will include expanded peer-reviewed versions of today's presentations, of course, future substantive editorial introduction framing the Emporion Road concept, and incorporate additional invited contributions to fill thematic gaps but actually there were a few colleagues that were late. They didn't see earlier this announcement, so all this has been recorded and now, and I will approach them to submit their work in our paper in this collective volume, and be indexed in Scopus and Web of Science to ensure maximum academic variability. This is this.
We need our colleague to the other conference.
Yes, we finished now.
Okay.
This is the last word I say. So a timeline will be circulated within 4 weeks. I invite all speakers to prepare manuscripts, drafts by 30th of September this year, with publication anticipated in early 2027. The funding strategy. And I announced our intention to develop a major funding proposal to sustain and expand the Emporion Road project beyond this simple brainstorming workshop. From European Union funding programs, also private sponsorship and philanthropy, we will activate pursue private funding. So we envision a multi-phase, multi-partner project organized around a digital atlas of Emporia, a networked publication series, and doctoral and postdoctoral training networks using Marie Curie Access, for example, and an open access data infrastructure for sharing archaeological, epigraphic, and material culture data relevant to Emporia networks. Within the next 2 weeks, I will circulate a concept note for the proceedings volume, and within next 6 weeks, Sorin, Antohi, and I will circulate a draft proposal outline for ERC or Horizon Europe, inviting all interested participants to join a working group. Within 3 months, we will approach Barca Transylvania and the Gerda Henkel Foundation for seed funding to support proposal development and follow-up workshop. The conference has been a beginning, not an end. The Emporion Road as a concept, as network, as research program now moves from presentation to implementation. I thank Sorin Antohi and the Academic Europaea Bucharest Hub for hosting us with such warm and professionalism. I thank the Romanian Academy and Barca Transylvania for their generous sponsorship. I thank each speaker for their brilliant contribution, and I thank all of you in the audience, online and in person, for your engagement and questions. So the road from the west to the east was never a single path. It was a thousand paths of thousands Emporia, thousands encounters. Today we have taken another step along that road together. Thank you. So here we have finished. You can get your sorry for that.
Just one.
We had actually a delay during the coffee break.
Yes. Now you're kindly invited to have some
lunch
at the office.
We follow you.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go for lunch.
Yeah.
Can I stop the connection?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you very much for the audience as well, for the online speakers and to the attendees. And we shall be in touch with you, as I said, about the next steps.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Hi, Damir.